Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, otters of all ages. I welcome you to the Blue Otter Emerald Season 13 Finals. We started 2 months ago with 32 teams, each of them hoping to make it this far in the tournament. But of course, only 2 have successfully arrived at their destination. Tonight on Summoner's Rift, we will bear witness to the number 3 seed from Demacia, Conduit Sun, and the number 1 seed from Ionia, XSV Gluttony, as they do battle in a best of 5 with a championship on the line. My name is Crewman, and I have 4 other people in this call with me who are ready to talk all about it, starting, of course, with my co-host and co-caster, the spectacular Mr. Storm. Storm, how are you feeling on this auspicious Tuesday night?
I'm feeling great. Got home from a work trip, and I am ready to see some amazing League of Legends. Joining us this evening, we have 2 members from this Conduit Sun team that have made it all the way to the finals. I would say I'm happy to have them here, but as the anti-fan club president, I wish we had some members of XSV here. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce our 2 guests that we have this evening. First off, we have Capphil, top laner. If you want to just introduce yourself, what you want us to call you, have any fun fact or anything you want to throw in, go for it.
Yeah, I'm Capphil. I'm the Ivan top player. I might play Zillion.
Okay. And also joining us, we have the jungler of Conduit Sun. If you just want to introduce yourself, same thing.
Yeah, I'm Pastor because they call me Nunu, and I'll play Urgot jungle today. I don't know.
There it is. We'll have to find out if those picks are going to be in the same game or not. So, not everything has been revealed just yet. But Storm, yeah, I guess it's fortuitous that you are actually a little bit of a biased caster tonight, as we don't have any members of XSV joining us for the podcast this evening. So you're just going to have to stand in on their behalf. So I guess that does kind of work out pretty well. We do also have the Bully here, who is worth mentioning probably. Hi, Bully.
Hey, what's up?
And now, without any further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. We're going to go over some lane-by-lane matchups, taking a look at all the head-to-heads for this finals this evening. Starting, of course, in the top lane, Mr. Producer, if you want to go ahead and move us into those lane-by-lane stats, is, of course, going to be Capphil versus Mellow Devils up there in the top lane. These are actually the not those players. In fact, that is a jungler versus an AD carry, which is not usually what we mean by head-to-head stats. But I guess we don't need stats to have this conversation necessarily. Storm, you know, obviously you touch on this a little bit in your content for anybody who hasn't had a chance to see it. What's your read on this top lane matchup?
Yeah, so my overall read on this top lane matchup is I do believe that Capphil will win tonight in the top lane if it's an individual 1v1. I think that generally Mello has been more of kind of the weak side king for his team. There's been a lot of Ornn duty, there's a lot of tanks, there's not a lot of really exciting picks coming out from him. I do think that Mello is of course a great player. They're in the finals, they have a lot to produce and can show for it. They do have some aggressive picks available to them. I think if the top lane gets really, really weird, that Mello is in some ways a great player to match Capphil. There's a lot of ADC that they play in solo queue, they play a lot of mages. It's like if there's like some weird, Heimerdinger pick that gets flexed early, it can get answered again with some sort of wave clear mage and things like that.
Absolutely, yeah. We do now, as you can see, guys, have the appropriate statistics on your screens. And honestly, a really interesting story being told by these statistics. Capphil, looks like you're up in gold at 15 while being down CS. That definitely tells a bit of a story. But Capphil, what's your response to Storm's assessment of the matchup tonight? What are your expectations going up against the Devils?
I mean, I'm pretty confident in most top lane matchups. I hope that Devils play something interesting. I always get excited when it's somebody that plays ADC's top, because I get to bust out like even more fun picks. I will say the 1 CS down while being up in gold is a bad look about my my consistency in lane. So
I believe that's 15 CS. I have to go check.
15. I'm
so
15
it's
CS
positive
down?
15 or negative 15?
Negative 15. I have to go make sure, but I think the stat that's pulled is by minute. I think that's CS difference per minute, I believe. because the 64.64 would be a little bit small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're only numbers, Cap, though.
Hey,
All right.
listen. It is what I know what I do during lane phase. I'm a little bit of a terrorist, so it is what it is.
Yeah, they have. I can attest to that. I have seen some terror in the eyes of your enemies up there in the top lane for sure. But Clasper, what's your assessment of this top lane matchup? Obviously, been playing with this guy all season, and if there's anything interesting in the stats here that you feel like reflect this matchup that you think kind of illustrate what we should be expecting tonight, feel free to mention that as well. But what are your general thoughts on your top laner going up against Mello?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in Capsule. He's always, he usually wins lane. He'll have a rough game every now and then, but looking at the stats, kind of looks like Mello kind of just plays for the team and what I've seen from them. And that's probably why his stats are a little bit like lower than Capsule. So, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Go ahead, Bully.
It's actually one CS.
It is -1. Okay, that's a lot better than -15.
Yeah,
we take
that'd be
those. It would be bad. Bully, what's your assessment between these top laners? What are you Are you expecting some fireworks up here, or is Catful just gonna kind of have his way with Devils during the laning phase, and then we'll see what happens later on?
I honestly think they both play a completely different game. Devils, their KDAs and stuff like that might seem like pretty off, but there's a reason why this XSV team is actually doing so well. And I think he's just like the rock that holds them together, and he doesn't particularly do like poorly in lane, but he is the person that in team fights and things like that will, throw himself into like the fire to allow the rest of his team to prosper.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of plays like Ivern, so plays a little back, shielding their and sends Daisy to the fire instead of himself.
Yeah. Daisy is really heroic like that. Maybe that's the matchup we should be taking a look at, is Daisy versus Mellow Devils. I don't know, do we have stats for that one as well, or yeah? Storm, go ahead and if you want to lead the jungler conversation, or if you want to add anything to the top lane, feel free as well.
I am just gonna say, Mello does have some top lane picks. They have had games where they've played Olaf and things like that. It's not just gonna be this guy's getting walked Ornn B1 or something. So I'm not expecting there to be huge amounts of fireworks here in the top lane, but I do think between both of these teams, this is probably where I'm thinking Conduit's gonna get the most individual gold leads for themselves. So I'm excited to see if Capfill's really able to impact the map with these gold leads able to generate.
For sure. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, and then moving into jungle tonight, again, we have them here, so excited to hear their thoughts on it. We have LL Clasper of Conduit Sun, and they are going to be taking on Discrepancy of XSV Gluttony. Perfect, we got those stats up there for both of us. So we're seeing both of these teams very much run a jungler who's much more aggressive in some ways and can play for the win. LL Clasper has all of these kind of unique and wonderful picks, like the Urgot jungle that we've seen. Discrepancy has out a lot of games where they've looked really good on carries like Lilia, I think would be one of their big picks. But both have also played some tanks as well. Discrepancy has a lot of games on him, from what I remember, and other various engaged champions. So again, I feel this is more of a team versus individual player thing. The Discrepancy is very much someone playing for the team overall. They're not playing for the individual 1v1s in the outplays, whereas I feel Nunu or Clasper, you much are. There's, a lot of champions that are designed that you like and play a lot of that are for big moments, right? Where there's the Nunu smite combos and heals, some of the more aggressive picks that you've pulled out. And I'm curious, do you feel that way, or do you think you're much more of a team player as well?
I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest. I really like team fighting. It's just really fun. But I think I can also take the role of a carry. And going over the matchup, I looked over their games, and he's definitely more like a team fighting jungler. So I think it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not expecting a lot of scuttle fights to level 4 to the death in between the two of you tonight, but I am thinking there's going to be a lot of smite fights, to be a lot of dragon fights. Do you have something like early you think that you have an advantage in that, or do you think it's going to come much more down towards team fights?
I think this series is gonna just come down to team fighting, probably. Just having a look at things.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I feel like Clasper does have, or sorry, Discrepancy does have like a couple more aggressive picks that he could pull out. You know, obviously, like you're saying, Storm, and you as well, Clasper, you know, he has mostly played these kind of tanks and these more team fighting, you know, setup-oriented junglers for most of the season. But part of me does wonder if maybe Discrepancy is going to take a more aggressive approach tonight to try to preempt what Clasper is looking to do in that early game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely possible for sure. There are like aggressive picks that they can bring out and try to play for as much as possible. I mean, jungle is one of those weird things that you dictate the pace of the map more than anyone else. So if Discrepancy and the side of XSV feel that they need that early game aggression and things like that, they're very easily able to slot themselves towards that. But I'm kind of with Nunu and Clasper that this game I think is going to be a lot more kind of mid-game focused, I feel like is the way I would phrase it. That, you know, it's not full late game, but it's going to be a lot of very much towards these mid-game fights where it's going to be 4v4s, and the grub fight's going to be really important and things. Do you have a take on this, Bully?
I think so. So Conduit Suns, just entire like team play. I think their top side is very good. I think where like I wouldn't say XSV lacks like any like solid like topside pressure, but I feel like Conduit's a little bit better in that aspect. But there is a flip side of it, and at some point we'll talk about bottom. But there is going to be a lot of help necessary for XSV to make sure that Discrepancy isn't just like pushed back, especially what Clasper could play in the jungle. They need to make sure that Discrepancy can CS up. They both have similar KDs, so they definitely have a lot of impact on the map, but I think they both have different objectives they want to play for and different ways to how to win the game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I appreciate that Clasper is talking about how, you know, he anticipates the team fights really being the most important aspect of the game. And, you know, I certainly do think he could be right about that. There is, you know, some stats here that I would kind of like to point out as, you know, particularly the KDA, obviously, being a little bit higher for Clasper. I think that does sort of tell the story of him being so proactive in the early game and tending to be the one who sets up Conduit for success based on the early game plays he's able to find. Whereas for Discrepancy, you know, has that much higher CS difference at 15. Definitely tells a little bit more the story of, you know, that farming jungler who just wants to get himself in as good a place as possible, you know, and be as strong as possible for those fights later on. Anything else that we wanted to mention? We didn't actually hear from you, Catphil, concerning the jungle matchup. Is there anything especially noteworthy here that you think we should be looking out for tonight?
I mean, I don't know anything about Discrepancy. I will say I think that Clasper is probably by far the best jungler in the league, so I'm not too worried about it. I think he'll be okay.
Very nice. Vote of confidence there. Very nice, very nice. A vote of confidence there from your top laner, Clasper. Must feel good.
Feels very good. I agree.
Let's go ahead and move on with you being the better jungler. Good, good. You know, self-confidence is very important as well, obviously. So I'm glad to hear that you've got that under control. Well, let's go ahead and move on now to a little bit of a mid lane discussion. Mr. Producer, if you go ahead and transition us over. That is, of course, going to be BKP over there for the side of the Gluttons. And you guys on Conduit, of course, have got Protomorph there in the mid lane. Originally a support player, as I understand, and now a mid laner that has really, I think, done a lot of work for you guys this season. You know, last week we saw Protomorph was kind of able to like rein in Zooey, and you know, was I don't know if you remember Storm in the game 5, we gave Protomorph the POG, basically exactly for that reason, where he was able to control Zooey, not allowing him to really pop off, and just pretty much did exactly what you guys needed from him in order to take that game and the series. So BKP, though, is going to be another big test for him tonight. I mean, this is a player that we have seen really insane carry performances from in the past, this season. So we'll have to see if Protomorph can have sort of another repeat performance, and if he's going to be able to keep a lid on BKP tonight, or if BKP is going to be able to pop off in a way that Zooey wasn't necessarily able to. Storm, what are your expectations?
Yeah, so I think this is the biggest discrepancy across the entire map tonight. I know Protomorph very much does play this kind of back style, that they're much more supportive. They play things like this Malzahar and Lissandra and things like that they're trying to set up for Clasper in the jungle. But I've said it in my articles, and I believe BKP is probably the best individual laner that is in BOL Emerald right now. That guy gets so many solo kills every single game. He plays super aggressively when he knows that he has angles to. He roams well. He early picks in draft even, so it's not like we're going to see like, oh, round 5 counter picks. Like, there's just a lot of time where BKP slams a control mage down, the opponent slams a control mage down, and then they like dismantle them in the lane. So it's not like where it's Zooey, where it's like, oh, Zooey needs to get ahead because he's playing Hail of Blades Echo mid and he's going to like game away. Sorry, Zooey. But there's a lot of things that BKP does that I really like. He's for sure where I'm looking at would be like my kind of like mid laner all pro vote thing. I think BKP is incredible, and I'm really expecting big performance from him tonight.
Absolutely. Well, we do actually have another guest joining us, guys. Somebody else who might be expecting a big performance from BKP this evening. We have the XSV owner, Shane, joining us live right now in the production room. Shane, thank you for joining us. And you are just in time to chime in for this mid lane matchup. So what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm just going to start from the beginning.
Sure.
I just got tired of all the Conduit lying that was going on, so I figured I'd come in here and just clear the air. All right. I'm just curious. So when Proto's hiding under the tower the entire series, are you guys gonna like gank top, or how's that gonna work?
Bro, this BKP guy's a fraud, man. I'll tell you what. This guy egoed me to team up next split. We're gonna beat the brakes off of him. We're gonna kill him with stones all series. It is what it is.
You're gonna throw your Heimerdinger turrets at him.
I am.
Okay. I think BKP gaps Proto.
Hey, listen. They said that about the last 3 mid laners too. It is what it is.
Well,
right?
We did say that.
I think Crash Out's drafted like interesting.
That is actually something else that I really wanted to mention at some point. I actually do feel like the most dangerous part of this series for XSV is actually going to be the draft. I was really, really impressed, Conduit, you guys, with your drafts last week against Mint. I thought your drafting was so good. The fact that you have so many picks that you can flex as well between multiple lanes just gives you so many options, and I feel like you utilize that so incredibly effectively. So, I guess haven't heard from you in a minute there, Clasper. As one of the players who is able to flex these picks, what are your kind of general thoughts? Obviously, I don't want any of you guys to be revealing too much, but general thoughts concerning the draft. Do you feel like that's a big advantage for you guys? Do you have any expectations for what XSV might be trying to do, or anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, well, they just kind of like play team fighting like we talked about earlier, so I know what their jungler plays. I picked up some picks over the last couple of days just to help me to his pool. And I kind of want to go back to the mid lane matchup too. I just want to say Protomorph is like the rock for our team, man. Even if we tilt, he like calms us down. And he just always, like, if he's not winning, he's just going even. He's like almost never losing lane. I think I maybe seen him lose lane like once all season long. So I'm not really worried about the mid lane matchup, to be honest.
Sorry, was last night of getting some of those lanes, would you say he was just even? Is that how you felt?
No, he was winning. Like, I'm not saying he doesn't win. But I think I'm just saying in general, he doesn't really lose, so that's why I'm not really worried about the matchup tonight.
Get used to
Yeah.
it.
Well, I'm pretty used
I
to
mean,
him.
I think. I mean, I agree with you, Clasper. I think Protomorph has played a lot of really stable lanes. I think he definitely doesn't win in a super flashy way like we've seen Zooey do, like we've seen BKP do. But Protomorph has been a rock for you guys, absolutely. And I do think this is going to be a really interesting matchup. It does feel a lot like a clash of styles to me, as I think you were kind of highlighting for us earlier on, Storm, as well.
Yeah, I mean, this to me I think will be really interesting, right? Because it is the rock for your team, and I feel like if in draft it happens where BKP gets super ahead playing one control mages and is able to get a sizable CS lead that actually transfers into something, I think it's going to be a problem. So I'm interested to see how you guys approach it in the draft and the game.
100%.
Storm, would you like to go ahead and move us into that 80 carry discussion?
Yeah, so next up for 80 carries, we have Domination 2340 for Conduit Sun, and they're playing up against Maddie, the MC for XSV Gluttony. So again, both of these two have had some really interesting games. Both of these 80 carries, I want to say, aren't getting entirely played for as much. Whereas Domination has played some games of Aphelios, right, where they have been very much the center point of the team. There's also been a lot of games utility on things like Ashe and whatnot, which is also
his
true.
Ashe game last week was beautiful.
And I would say that's similar for Maddie as well. They've played a lot of Varus. They've played just a lot of things that are more utility focused rather than sheer DPS. I will say I feel like Maddie has played other things that you guys don't. Things that are very lane focused. There's been a lot of really great Caitlyn games and things like that out of Maddie where they've just plate farming the entire game. That's one thing I like about Maddie, but you kind of look at the stats. Both these two have very high KDAs, but you can see kind of in the gold difference things, right? That there is Maddie's playing a lot more for their lane, things like that, whereas Domination, not always the case for themselves, right? That Bold Font does like to roam quite a lot, whereas, Avi very much is much more comfortable staying in lane with Maddie, so I'm going to be interested to see if Domination's able to hold on similar to like they were last week.
I mean, look, Maddie's another guy we're gonna have to jump on. We're gonna tar and feather him. Like BKP gets some stones, this guy gets tar and feathered. It is what it is. It's unlucky.
You're going for a variety of methods, even.
Oh, you should have seen us last week. Oh,
Have to get creative, man. You can't do the same thing to multiple people, right? Like,
Yeah, they're just gonna see it coming. Right. I
exactly.
get it. What do you think, Shane, about this tar and feather strategy? It sounds kind of scary to me.
I don't know if they can repeat luck, I don't know if that strategy tends to work, but we'll see.
I mean, lucky tar and feathering sounds even scarier, but
I guess,
I guess just counting on them not being lucky is
Yeah,
kind
no,
of your point there.
I'm looking at the stats right now, and it's like I think, I really think that they that Maddie's a goat. I think so. I think if Captain Phil TP's down there, it's just a triple kill for Maddie. Just saying, pretty easy one. So.
Yeah. I mean, I hear you. Maddie and Avi have definitely been a very strong lane down there in the 2v2, but we were saying the same thing about Jake and Spuds last week, and kind of similar to what Protomorph was able to do. I feel like Domination and Bold Font were able to play some really stable lanes and did not give those big laning leads over to Jake and Spuds. So we'll have to see if Maddie and Avi are going to be able to do a little bit more.
Can I jump in on that?
Spot lane. Yeah, of course.
So Jake and Spuds are good, right? Maddie and Avi, they have a special relationship, right?
Oh,
that
sounds romantic.
they play poker together. So, I think they have a nice, firm handle on the bot lane to where it's just going to be an absolute dominant. I wouldn't be surprised if Maddie's the MVP coming out of this series. I think Conduit's going to put so much pressure, thinking it's BKP in the 4 wards. I think Maddie's going to end up winning MVP.
Interesting. So I guess Shane asserting that he
Jerry
believes
West
Luck is
style?
going to be a.
Like Jerry West style Finals MVP, where we're losing and still getting it, or what are we talking about?
No, I think like a 3-0 MVP
Yo,
type thing. Yeah.
I,
don't
I
know
would,
about that one.
I would save my money on that one. I don't know. It's a risky bet.
It is.
Clasper, what are you thinking? It sounds like Luck, according to everybody, is going to play some kind of role in the bot lane tonight. What are your expectations, Clasper?
It kind of seems like we just got lucky all season long, man. You know, everyone's been dying all season. That's crazy. I don't think our streak's ever gonna run out. I guess.
Yeah.
We get
Oh,
lost
so
in
you're
this
just like the Luck strategy is just OP.
I
That's
guess
kinda what
so.
you're saying.
Yeah. I mean,
Alright,
it's lasted this
well,
long, right? Why not one more series?
Fair enough. Sure. Yeah, it doesn't have to last too much longer. One series away from a chip, so we'll see if the Luck is going to be able to carry you through, or maybe, just maybe, it is going to be the supports doing the carrying. You never know. Those supports, they never get quite enough love. Let's go ahead and give them some love right now. We do, of course, have a bold font for you guys for Conduit, and then Avi for your squad there, Shane on XSV. And, this is, again, somewhat of a difference in styles. Both of these guys have played a good amount of Engage, but I do feel like Bold Font is maybe especially honed in on that sort of style, where I feel like he almost always is going to be looking to take those Engage champions and really be the one to. It's going to be Avi on XSV, Mr. Producer. Yes, AVI. There he is. But yeah, Bold Font, I really feel like you guys kind of rely on him to be that primary Engage, and he has been doing overall a pretty good job of it. Whereas Avi, I do feel like, has brought out maybe some more varieties of picks that he's been able to look really good on alongside of Maddie. Storm, what are your thoughts on the support matchup?
Yeah, I'm a little critical of Bold Font. They've died a lot. It's fair to say, just generally, whether it's solo queue or in these games. But they're making the plays happen, right? They're not just dying and just repeat chain dying over and over and over again, which you see so many times from supports. Sure, that's happened a couple of games. They've had like 4 or 5 games this series where they've died over 10 times, but that's okay. That happens to everybody, except Avi, who's died at max 5 times this year. But whatever. So, Bold Font does make the plays happen. Like that Alistair game where I watched them be level 3 and engage into the enemy and kill themselves over and over again.
Yeah.
Like, it was crazy. But you know what? It worked. They won that game. So it just kind of
really did not enjoy that Alistar performance.
I really did not.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're just going to keep looking for the flanks, right? Bold Font is going to keep looking for the big play over and over again, and they're going to get some engages that Conduit needs. They kind of provide some of that X factor of like you never know what Bold Font is like going to play and what they're going to bring out, sort of like in that way. Like it's going to generally towards more engage or something like that, but like, are we going to see a random Braum flank and look for a flash 5-man ult? We might. I don't think we're going to see that out of Avi, but Bold Font might try and bring that out.
Well, Capville might have some idea. Capville, what are we going to be expecting from Bold Font tonight?
I mean, Bold Font, that guy runs the game like crazy. I've never seen a support in our rank play the game like the way he does. The way he just like finds plays and makes them up. I love it. I love playing with people like that. And then just looking at the stats, I'm not going to lie, I think Avi had the highest KDA on the team. That's a tough look for support, man. I don't know. KDA player support is unlucky if I'm the ADC. I'm probably sad if my Leon is walking away from me. But
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that Bold Font has been like one of the most impressive players to me this split, because like the way that he does just find plays, even if things are going bad, right? Like we've definitely had a few games where like the two of us have died a bunch of times together, and then it'll work one time and the game ends because like we just keep on trying to find plays, right?
Absolutely. So the important thing is that you keep trying and you do it together. Love that. Yeah, don't mind Storm. He's just he's a hater, as we know.
It is what it is.
Surely Shane has
one, so
That's true. And I'm sure you've still got plenty of them as well. even not here on the caster desk. But we'll see. Maybe you'll be able to shut them all up tonight.
We love them all.
But Shane,
Wow.
you love the haters. Yeah, I love that. I love that. Shane, what are your thoughts on this support matchup? You know, talking about Bold Final a lot so far. We haven't really talked quite as much about Avi. What do you feel like Avi? What's the best thing that he brings to the team?
So everybody always says that BKP is like the leader. Like the joke was when we first made the team that it was BKP and the 4 wards, and when we were in Aegis, and we've kind of stuck to it. If I had to pick us actual, like, I think Avi is kind of like a low-key leader of the team. You know, he came back from AEL, they won the chip, and then so he's definitely like a vocal leader of the team. So I think he's gonna have a big series tonight.
Kind of like the
brings-
emotional leader, or like the I don't know what how do I want to say this? Is he like the almost like the I mean, mascot sounds stupid, but he's like
Oh no, that's perfect.
oh, is it okay? Great.
No, he keeps everybody in good spirits. He's always doesn't tilt. He's just a good dude. So he keeps the team in
Yeah.
line.
Like the vibes guy.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was looking for there. Okay, cool. Still need to hear, of course, from you, Clasper. Anything you
vulture.
wanted to say about? He's the culture.
He's the vulture.
Okay.
He's the vulture in the logo. That's what he is. That's Avi.
Oh, I gotcha. Very cool. That's nice that he's represented actually in the. Are the other players represented in the logo somehow as well, or?
No, they're all wards besides BK.
Okay, got it. Thanks for clearing that up. Clasper, what are your expectations for the support matchup here? Anything you wanted to say about either one of these guys?
I think Boltafon is really good too. I think he fits really well into our playstyle because he's a big part of our engage, like you said earlier. And I don't know, he dies a lot, but I'm not gonna lie, a lot of it's my fault. I'll tell him like, "Hey, let's go clear vision," and I'll be like, "Actually, let me clear this camp real quick," and then he'll go without me because
Oh.
I'm so sorry, Boltafon.
It's
But I
okay.
think
It's okay.
He's great. He's a great player.
I'm sure
another
you've made up for it with gassing him up on the podcast here. Always forget him, I'm
Yeah.
sure. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Did you want to add anything?
No, you're good. I'm just saying he's great. He's a great player.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure all 10 players that are going to be taking the Rift tonight are pretty great. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't have made it this far in the tournament. So there is that. Storm, anything else you wanted to add here concerning this support matchup? You don't have too much time left.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's kind of very much the battle of, someone who's looking for engage and looking to make the play, and then someone who's risk averse on the side of Avi, who's playing much more defensively. I'm guessing they're probably going to end the series with a higher vision score, but they won't have any of those big moments, or I'm not thinking they're going to anyway.
Totally. Storm, do you feel like we have time to take a quick look at the bracket? We've got like 10 minutes before the game is supposed to start. Maybe we just take like a couple of minutes to quick look at the bracket there.
Yeah, I think we have time to just kind of go over the road that both of these teams went through to get here.
You have that, Mr. Producer, or? Oh, okay.
All right.
I guess we don't actually have the bracket. It's a little bit unfortunate.
I
I
know
guess,
ours.
Yeah, I guess, Shane, anything you want to say about your journey to get to the finals?
Yeah, well, they literally put Ionia in the playoffs.
They did.
I don't know how
Yeah.
that happened. I think Bully should never be allowed to do a bracket again for that. But and then Syndicate came in and Zed was running his mouth, and then he got 3-0'd. So now we're here. So
Yeah. It's a little bit of a shame. We were going to have Zed on the podcast actually last week, but then the podcast, it didn't end up happening. Or was it last week or the week before,
Yeah.
maybe? I forget.
He shines up like every week, so always good to
Yeah,
hear from
yeah.
Zed.
Definitely. But like you said, Shane, he wasn't quite able to back it up on the Rift against you guys. You were able to take him down, make your way here to the finals after proving yourself the best Ionian team once again. Although you didn't have to go through Team Solo Invade. I noticed that was the one match that you guys have actually lost this entire season was to TSI back in week 2. And that was the one Ionian team that you didn't have to play in the playoff bracket, which I thought was a little bit interesting, but probably it doesn't really mean anything. But talking over to the Conduit guys now, I mean, you guys, Storm here will tell you that he did not expect you to make it this far. So, what was it about your journey through the bracket that you guys would like to highlight? Do you see yourselves as the big underdogs, like, us here on the production side have kind of like portrayed you as, or and whichever one of you guys would like to go first, just your thoughts on your journey.
I mean, I think honestly we only lose if I solo lose us the game. So like it kind of like if you look last week, I kind of solo lost us the Maokai game. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of solo lost us games 3 and 4 that were first week of playoffs. So yeah, I think as long as I don't like completely int, we'll just 3-0 them. So
You mean tonight?
yeah.
All right.
Anything you wanted to add, Clasper? Any opponents or games or matches in particular that you find really memorable, or anything about your journey this season that you wanted to touch on?
Yeah, I think our first round versus I forgot what their name was.
No Quarter.
No Quarter Gaming. Yeah, that was a really fun series, and they had like really good production, so I had a lot of fun. And
Yeah, totally.
versus Bloom, it was all right. It was pretty easy, and then man, that was a crazy series too. Nobody expected us to win. Like people didn't even expect us to make it to the playoffs. So I think it's really funny, and it's
Absolutely.
makes it more fun.
Oh, it's been a really cool journey, if you ask me at least, that you guys have been on. I always love a good underdog run, and the fact that you guys have been able to surprise us so many times, I think is just really awesome. We'll see if you're going to be able to do it again tonight or not. Also, I do appreciate you mentioning the No Quarter Gaming stream. Shout out to DBZ Freak, my boy over there at NQG. But let's just transition into some shout-outs now. Catphil, any shout-outs you have, any words for the stream, final thoughts before heading into this best of 5?
No, I think it should honestly be a pretty fun series. I know they have Scootin over there drafting for him, so I'll say what's up to Scootin. And yeah, no, I'm excited to play the series. I want to talk some shit to Maddie afterwards, so hopefully I win. But it should be fun.
Absolutely. Clasper, any shout-outs you have?
Shout out to my team. Like we got together right a day before the league started. I think we scrimmed a total of 1 time altogether this whole season long, and we made it to finals. So it's kind of funny.
Must have been a pretty good scrim.
It was great.
I think
Oh
we
no, I
lost
think
it.
I think we was good on actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Other than that, I hope it's a fun series like last week. Yeah. Good luck to everyone.
Yeah. And then, of course, Shane, any shout-outs you have? Any final thoughts?
I mean, all crap talking aside, I'm very surprised but happy you guys made it. So shout out to Conduit, shout out to my guys, and I just hope it's a really good series. You guys played really
I hope
well,
so
guys.
too. They definitely did. And now all that remains is to see the performances tonight. We're going to go to a short break, guys. When we come back, it's going to be the grand finals for Blue Water Emerald Season 13. Don't go anywhere.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back, everyone. The time has come for the final fight of the season. Let's not waste any time and get straight to the introduction of your finalists. First up, we have a team that has had to fight for every inch here in the playoffs. A team that has been tested like few other teams that I have seen in BOL. They went all 5 games against No Quarter in the first round. They had to get through Season 12 finalist Chong Solmo in the quarterfinals, and then all 5 games against the Mint Super Team in that absolute banger match that we saw last week. They have been doubted, even discounted, but have risen to every challenge so far. Representing the west side of the bracket, the number 3 seed from Demacia, Conduit Sun. In the top lane, the off-meta master who cannot be contained, Capphil. Roaming the jungle, a bit of a meta pioneer himself, the early game engine for his team, LL Clasper. In the mid lane, a man who knows his job and knows how to get it done. A man who can transform into whatever his team needs, Protomorph. In bot lane, the AD carry who gave Jake an early vacation, always ready to oppress his opponent's Domination. And the support who bravely leads the charge into battle, Bold Font. Your first finalist, Conduit Sun. Their opponents tonight are a team that has seemed destined for greatness since the early part of the season. They have lost only a single match, only 4 game losses all season long. They secured their spot at the end of the round robin on top of a very competitive Ionia division and have proven themselves once again in the playoffs. They dropped 1 game to their sister team in the first round, but then secured back-to-back 3-0 sweeps on their way to the finals. Emerging from the east side of the bracket, I give you the number 1 seed from Ionia, XSV Gluttony. Towering over the top lane, an absolute demon, but he's kind of chill about it, Mellow Devils. The jungler and team captain, someone who is consistently able to create a diffy in the jiffy, Discrepancy. The supreme carry threat in the mid lane and co-captain of the squad, BKP. Their AD carry, who comes up big in the clutch, Maddie. And rounding out this behemoth of a bot lane, a support for the team in every sense of the word, Avi. Your second finalist, XSV Gluttony. For one of these teams, a scrappy underdog run, utilizing some clever drafting, off-meta picks, and sheer determination. For the other, momentum and dominance. And now, one step away from destiny. Let the finals begin.
Man, can we get like some bogs and Twitch chat and stuff for crewmen, guys? That was an awesome intro. I am so excited. And how can we not be after something like that?
I mean, how could you not be after seeing the journeys of these teams? It's been truly a very fun season to watch. You know, XSV going through the gauntlet of the Ionia teams twice in one season, and Conduit Sun able to surprise us at every turn, finding so many upsets along the way, and really giving you a pretty tough job there, Storm, as the president of the Anti-Fan Club.
Yeah, I mean, it's harder and harder to hate on them, but I'll find a way. I can find it in my heart.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. No doubt in my mind. But how about this first draft? I believe we are going to be getting into it momentarily, Storm. What are you looking out for in terms of the early priorities?
Yeah, so it's interesting to see because Conduit has these really weird picks that they prioritize, right? That there's these things like, you know, the Ivern and Urgot and things that aren't necessarily going where you think they are, that they're always flex picks. Whereas on the side of XSV, they place a lot of priority on control mages mid lane, right? That there's a lot of priority towards these things like the Victor, Oriana, the Cassiopeia that's already been banned in Conduit Sun, something BKP is like so ridiculously good at. And we're seeing a lot of these already in the draft.
We absolutely are. You know, I do want to mention that Cassio is also a big pick for Phil over there. We did see him busted out in one game in the top lane last week against Mint. So a little bit of a contested pick there, the Snake Lady. There is, some more of Phil's picks going to get banned away here. The Ivern notably, and then the Urgot, of course, one of those flex options for the side of Conduit. Zach also going to get banned, and then the Tom Kench going to be the last off the block for Gluttony. That is something we did see Boldfont do pretty well with last week, the Tom Kench.
Yeah, something that was very much when Mint locked over a lot of aggressive dive tools. We saw that Tom Kench come out and just absolutely destroy their game, basically, from the draft. It was like the 1-2 of, I think it was Ashe Vi or something like that.
It was Vi Kaisa.
That was it, yeah. And then it was just like the Tom Kench immediate walk, and it was like, oh, your guys' game is impossible. But there is this Ashe first pick that I was talking about.
Absolutely. We did see oh, go ahead, please.
It is interesting to see that there is these options from XSV that they do play a lot of things. They're very focused towards like taking plates and can play this kind of like aggressive style into it. This Tristana is getting covered and that will be locked in. Something that can match Ashe's early wave clear. And Wei is also taken.
Yeah, it is already looking like potentially a pretty contested 2v2 down there in the bottom side. So we'll have to see. You know, Tristana is obviously a bit of a flex pick as well, but much less likely to go into the mid lane now that we do see that Wei locked in as well. And immediately the Vel'Koz can come out for Protomorph. Protomorph's most played champion, of course. That's kind of his specialty, is the Vel'Koz. Gonna waste no time in bringing it out. And we've got the Braum alongside Ashe down there on the bottom side for a nice Freljordian duo.
Yeah, really interested to see what XSV does to kind of punish this Vel'Koz. Something I was going to say is, like, I'm expecting that, you know, this is Protomorph's best champion. It's, like, one of the best counter picks available for them the whole series. So is it just a case of we're trying to get it out of the way early or something like that? So it'll be interesting to see if there's some sort of aggressive jungle pick coming in. For discrepancy, if there's going to be Zhao or something, you know, to really punish this kind of Vel'Koz, who's very immobile. XSV is going to take the Nada on 3. Something not great into Braum.
You're not loving the Renata matchup into the Braum there?
Yeah, you can, you know, Braum block the Renata ult. Pretty sure.
Oh, really? You can block the entire ult? Oh, wow. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can. Like, you can block Nami wave and stuff, right? So I'm pretty sure you can block Renata ult if it's the first thing, unless something else breaks it along the way.
Okay.
Also, Renata doesn't have like the best lane into Braum. He's generally like not going super aggressively into you. That there's like
Yeah.
not as much of the disengage that Renata really brings. That she's much more about the team fight and the roam and the team fight. It's not as much of this roaming power at all. Whereas Braum
Sure.
does give you that level 1 as well, right? That's really strong, especially paired with this Ashe and Vel'Koz, that there is engaged, opportunities level 1 already.
Yeah, definitely. And the Renata doesn't really have as many tools, obviously, to counteract that at level 1. So we'll have to see if Conduit Sun do want to go for something really aggressive there. We saw a bunch of jungle bans, as well as that set taken off the table here in the second phase. And then it's going to be a Gluttony with their first choice of the available junglers. They're going to go for the Nocturne here in game number 1. Very interesting. What do you think about that pairing alongside the Wei? I mean, I'm a little bit surprised by the Nocturne Storm. I feel like, with Wei, Tristana already locked in as your carries, maybe they wanted a little bit more of like a traditional frontliner. That's mostly what we've seen discrepancy on as well. What are your thoughts?
I hate this pick, to be honest with you. Why are we locking Nocturne into Braum, right? Like, if you're taking someone who's gonna like peel off your ADC and like stuff, like that's Nocturne's like worst nightmare is seeing that. Generally not like a fan of it. Like Ashe and Vel'Koz sure are good dive targets and someone you can always ult with them, but you don't have anyone on your team that can like help you. It is this thing. True. Maybe if you get the Nocturne ult to turn off the lights and throw the Renata ult, and that way Braum can't see it type thing, maybe is where we're looking.
Okay. So you're kind of thinking maybe there's a bit of a wombo combo angle here for Gluttony with the Paranoia. Yeah, I could possibly see that happening. We did see the Gwen and the Aatrox locked in now for Conduit on the B4 and the B5, respectively. So that does mean that they have, a mostly melee composition over here on the side of Conduit Sun. And, those are both champions, both the Gwen and the Aatrox, kind of in the run-at-you style, right? Where they don't really have any clever ways of getting off that initial engage. So in those kinds of situations, the Renata definitely can get a lot of value. And if the lights happen to be turned off when Renata is going for those counterattacks, then definitely could look good. And then we're going to see the Cassante Storm on the R5. As far as R5 picks go, not my favorite that I've ever seen. But they did definitely need some frontline, so it makes sense.
Yeah, just something you need an answer in Aatrox, someone who can stack armor and really just look to make sure that lane doesn't get out of control. Cassante does have the mobility of it while still being a tank, so you are able to have a good lane up in Aatrox. Gives you some gank assistance there. I really want to highlight this Gwen jungle for Clasper. I'm almost certain this is Gwen jungle and it's not Aatrox jungle, but they have pulled off crazy stuff before. So
it's true.
Confirm that. But I think this Gwen is really interesting because there's not a lot of things to actually support it, right? Like you were alluding, Conduit's kind of game plan of how they start a fight is they hit Ashar. There's not a lot else, right? You're throwing an Ashe ult and you're hopefully getting some slows. Maybe your Braum's able to tag someone or Vel'Koz is able to land one range. Use the trigonometry angles and get a slowdown with some type of item or something like that. Otherwise, I'm not seeing a lot of ways that it's going to be able to start a fight. Whereas XSV does have a lot of great counter attack ways. Tristana is able to leap away, and you have the Buster Shot to reset a fight. Renata is all about resetting team fights. Cassante has the pushback and can, yeet someone over a wall to make sure that they're not involved in a fight. Nocturne's great for the disengage as well, for getting back into the fight if someone overextends. But if it's an actual just straight up 5v5 death ball of conduits all together and XSVs together and the third dragon is spawning, I don't really know how XSV approaches it. Is it just we get there before you and a long time before you and just hope? So I think this game's going to be really interesting. I think LL Clasper on this Gwen has the ability to blow this game wide open in 1v9 as Gwen always can. And I think it's going to be really instrumental to see Avi. I think this Renata pick is going to be pretty much the biggest one for the side of XSV, and they're the player I'm most looking forward to seeing how they play too.
Absolutely. And it does really feel like both sides are a little bit light on engage. As you were just talking about, Storm, I do think that, as you also mentioned, it's probably going to come down in large part to who's going to be able to get that initial setup around the objectives, because both sides do also have all of those really amazing disengage and sort of zone control sort of tools, right? So whoever does have position is probably going to have a really big advantage in these sorts of situations. Like, at least for Gluttony's side, they do have that Nocturne ultimate to try to create a little bit of chaos if there is like a brief moment where like one member of Conduit has split off to like clear a wave or something. Then maybe Gluttony can kind of try to pick apart Conduit in that way. But it definitely does feel like, based on these drafts, you know, this game absolutely could be decided in the earlier stages if one of these teams is able to get a significant lead and sort of take control over the game. I think it's going to be really difficult for whichever team loses out. If there is a team at a significant deficit early on, I think they're going to really struggle to try to force their way back into the game.
Yeah, for sure. Both of these junglers rely on power farming so much, right? Nocturne and Gwen both need to basically power farm to the level 6, and then all they want to do is get kills and get more and more gold, and, you know, get their team is hopefully fed so that they can invade and get more kills and more gold. And that's not going to happen to both of these junglers. One of them's going to get behind. Whichever jungler gets behind is going to like fall off a cliff in terms of usefulness. Like, both Gwen and Nocturne pretty much provide very little utility, right? Nocturne has the paranoia that's sort of utility, and like Gwen can be a pseudo frontline for like half a second with fleet. And like that's the utility both these champions provide. They're all damage all the time, right? So I'm hopeful that there isn't just going to be a blowout early, because I think, yeah, like you're alluding to, if there is a blowout, I don't see a way back in for either team.
Well, how are you feeling overall, Storm? Do you think there's a meaningful advantage for either side with this Game 1 draft? Like, Gluttony maybe a little bit of an advantage in terms of the engage with that Nocturne ultimate, but Conduit Sun with some pretty scary champions and a lot of comfort for their side as well. Where are you leaning?
So I think this one's really difficult to tell, because I like the first 3 picks that Conduit did so much more than the first 3 picks of XSV, but I like the 4-5 of Conduit so much more than the 4-5 of XSV, if that makes any sense. So I'm kind of leaning towards Conduit still, with just like this Ashe and Vel'Koz. I think that they're not going to have enough threat dive onto them, that Vel'Koz is going to be able to actually channel life form disintegration ray these fights. So I think Conduit's going to win one, as much as my heart does not want to.
Oh, that could be a bad sign for the Gluttons. Even the president of the Conduit Sun Anti-Fan Club leaning in their direction in terms of this Game 1 draft. We'll see if it does play out that way, or if Gluttony, coming in, of course, as the favorites tonight, are going to be able to make a statement here in game number 1. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be right back for the first game of the finals. All right, League of Legends fans, welcome on to Summoner's Rift. Thank you, announcer lady. That's my job, though. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for game number 1 between Conduit Sun and XSV Gluttony. Conduit Sun, obviously, on the blue side to start us off, and they do have Braum, but it looks like they're not going to go for any kind of level 1 Storm.
Yeah, this is very weird to me that neither of these teams are going for level 1. We're not having any comments. Come on, guys, this is finals. This is the time to bring it out. You know,
The mode battle in the mid lane there.
Yeah. Are the masters of this cheese and everything like that, right? Oh, are we gonna see? Are they gonna disrespect the dance off? No. We're just going for early reward.
No. I mean, the dance-off was really only between the mid laners, so I think
Yeah.
as long as that wasn't interfered with, you know, anything
Yeah.
else was probably fair game.
Yeah.
But yeah, just going to be the Raptor ward. And it's going to be traded for a Raptor ward that did come out there from XSV. We're able to get that down onto Clasper's Raptors as well. Quick shout out to our producer. If you could swap Braum and Ashe in the scoreboard, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much. And probably not going to be seeing too much in the early game. I mean, if we do see anything, most likely it'll be towards that bottom side. This bottom side right here, I would assume. We do have both of our junglers going to be pathing in that direction.
Yeah, I don't know as much as pathing as full clearing in that direction. I would more do it. Doubting we're going to see any, you know, kind of early aggressive looks from either of these two. Capfill, again, should have the kind of push advantage and everything that early. Cassante, not the greatest until he has all of his abilities unlocked. Has some of those tools to be able to dodge away from the slot Qs. So I'm imagining there's going to be a lot of push top for Capfill to start the series, but as Mello is able to purchase more and more armor and get them, you know, some of that scaling, I think that matchup should swing back. But interesting to see when these kind of junglers are arriving to bot lane that Maddie as this Tristana should generally be pushing in almost always just due to that explosive shot.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of a handshake there coming out from Avi, but Bullfont just going to be able to put up the door, and it is totally fine. Yeah, that was generally the consensus, though, in our conversation during Outer Talk as well. You know, we're kind of expecting Capfill to be playing a lot of aggressive lanes tonight and trying to find those advantages in the 1v1. Whereas, you know, for the side of XSV, they maybe do a little bit of a better job playing towards their bottom lane. You know, this 2v2, Maddie and Avi have been so formidable this season. And we expect them to kind of get a little bit of an edge in this matchup against Domination and Boldfont. Domination and Boldfont did do a really good job of neutralizing last week against the Crash Outs. That, another great bot lane. So we'll see how it goes tonight. Looks like Discrepancy is going to be first to finish the full clear, makes his way into the river, and is going to be able to secure an uncontested crab for himself. Could even look for the double scuttle. It does, of course, have the information that Clasper was also on the top to bot full clear. So, yeah, it looks like the Nocturne's going to be able to get in there and secure himself a nice little early lead.
Yeah, that is big, right? As much as this lane, we see that there is this Capfill is down towards the scuttle. Don't. Okay, it's already been claimed. Just denying the reset. Getting some more time now for LO Clasper. Okay, is going to be the recurve bow. Interesting. Guess they're going for the Gnasher's Tooth first item, deciding to not go for the more aggressive option, which you sometimes see out of Jungle Gwen, which is just build raw AP and raw AP only, and just become an ult bot similar to Nocturne.
Yeah.
So more kind of prolonged build does probably help your clear out a little bit more as well.
Definitely, yeah. Although I do feel like it's going to be possibly a little bit difficult to actually find that extended value in the team fights later on. You know,
Yeah.
I guess if you're hitting the Cassante, it's going to feel pretty nice, but we'll see.
Able to get away
That
from
Q3 did not go in the right direction.
yeah,
It's all right.
but
The first
bigger
dragon
thing-
is alive. We got a... Oh, what was that, Storm?
I was just gonna say, bigger thing is the Aatrox. That one went. Sonic Q3, whatever.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You know, the Hextech Dragon to start us off this game. And probably nobody going to be making any moves towards this just yet. As previously discussed, both junglers really just wanted to get towards that level 6 mark. And ideally have an item in the inventory before they're really looking for anything too proactive. You do have Clasper doing a little reconnaissance right now with the Scryer plant. And both junglers are kind of hovering in the area.
Yeah, is this going to be another Scuttle Crab going over for the XSV? That's going to be a pretty big advantage if it is.
Oh, it's up about 3 camps now. It is the Nocturne. All 3 of those Scuttle Crabs. Definitely in a pretty decent spot. You go for the Conqueror this game on the Nocturne. So, you know, the side of discrepancy also perhaps anticipating some more extended fights. I think they are going to commit to this first dragon is XSV. Almost had that finished off. Mellow Devil's going down quite low in the top lane. Meanwhile, the dragon is going to be secured. So a nice early neutral over to XSV. They're slowly gaining some more advantages for themselves. Overall, though, the gold is, of course, still dead even. Devils already used the teleport in a really awkward spot up here in the top lane. Very low underneath this turret. Capville even feeling empowered to do some proxying.
Yeah, I imagine that this is going to be a dead Cassante fairly soon. Just with his health bar and mana both being basically out. There's not a lot of room for outplay. There's no flash.
Here comes Clasper, possibly a dead individual in the bot lane. Avi, though, does flash away from the Gwen, stays alive. BKB going to eat the entire channel of the Lifeform Disintegration Ray. But thankfully for him, the Vel'Koz doesn't really have that much AP yet. So it's not really going to result in too much. A slight health advantage for Protomorph.
Yeah. There we go. There's some of that armor that I'd like to build some more of those chain vests, buddy.
For Mellow Devils, you mean? Up there in the top side? Yeah, for a second I thought you were suggesting BKP build a chain vest, and I was like, I don't know about that.
No.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a swap situation happening. Is that what you were noticing as well?
I was about to call it out to you. Yeah, that's really interesting to see. I mean, this matchup is going pretty bad for Cassante already, right? So I guess if you're able to get this going, I mean...
A discrepancy, and Clasper gonna scuffle a little bit. Here comes Boldfont, not gonna find the Winter's Bite, though. Discrepancy still has to flash to get away from the needlework. The handshake connecting onto Clasper. The Gwen already down pretty low, exhausted, trying to make her way back underneath the turret. Will be able to escape. Still nobody going down. Paranoia pop now on towards the Vel'Koz, and now Protomorph gonna have to burn the flash to get back underneath his turret. So some trading of summoner spells and ultimates, but in the end, XSV maintain control over the topside river and will secure themselves their second neutral objective of the game.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Domination's able to get kind of off of this right now. They are have been free farming in the spot lane right now, right? It's 10 CS they picked up. Are they translate the plate with this stack of waves, hopefully? Because Maddie is coming down and is going to be looking to try and catch this. Ashe is 6 and does have the ult. They're just going to let their wave crash in and take a reset.
Really love that map play from XSV. The fact that they're able to rotate their bot lane up towards the top side, even getting Mellow Devils temporarily out of this very difficult matchup. And able to secure another objective for themselves feels very intentional. Oh, that was very close for BKP. It did have the flash there, did the way to survive the Disintegration Ray this time around. So Protomorph just getting stronger and stronger. You know, has the last chapter done now. Starting to hurt a little bit more.
Yeah, and this should be a solo kill, I think, for the
World Ender coming out. There's the all-out from Devils. Is he going to be able to turn this around? Does the Cassante have enough years under his belt? He does not. Capville able to secure the solo kill in the top lane. That is the first blood for Conduit's son.
Yep. Is, you know, kind of one of those things. Capville played that really correctly. They knew where Cassante was going to go with the resetted W. They made sure to cut back and just wait, and then landed their Q3. That float dash came through. So that was really well played by the side of Capville. Hopefully Mellow is able to kind of stagnate this a little bit more. This is why you pick Cassante, is generally you're just able to stonewall Aatrox and get any of these solo kills. So hopefully with this teleport back up towards top lane, they're able to, you know, maintain a freeze or something like that and get some time back themselves.
I guess perhaps it was like a little bit of a difficult wave state there for Devils that kind of put him in that situation.
Yeah.
But definitely, I feel like as the Cassante, you are trying to avoid fighting the Aatrox as much as possible. So, see if Devils is going to be able to avoid getting solo killed anymore. You know, is relatively close now to the completion of the Iceborne Gauntlet. It's going to make this lane a whole bunch easier for the Cassante once he does have that. Now, jumping forward, we do have Boldfont trying to get those concussive blows down onto Avi, but just going to get his hand shaken. And that's going to be the end of that. Clasper spending a lot of time in this bot lane trying to see if his Ash Braum can set something up. But Tristana and Renata are just a little bit too difficult to pin down. There's Boldfont jumping forward again.
Yeah, just trying to see if they're able to waste any.
Glacial Fish gonna come out now onto 2. The Paranoia, though, activated by the Nocturne. The Hostile Takeover is amazing as well. In goes Discrepancy. Can't quite finish off the Braum. Manny jumping in now is gonna be able to get that first kill. Now the Tristana with the resets is gonna be able to save the Jungler. Yes, he can. The bailout comes through. And that's gonna be 3 kills for XSV in the bottom side.
Yeah, just showcasing that if you overforce a play, it never works out for you. Mellow up here just trying to make sure that they're able to get themselves away safely from this Cassante. They're incredibly low. Both top laners still have their ultimates, saving onto those key abilities to be able to reposition themselves.
Oh, BKP? Oh, he lands the fear to stay alive. That was very close in the mid lane. Meanwhile, XSV are going to be able to secure their second dragon. And Ocean Soul, or not Ocean Soul, what's the soul? Is it Chemtech?
Chemtech.
It
on the
is,
map.
yes.
So, I feel like this Soul sucks, right? I've shared my
does.
hatred of it, but
Yeah.
the plants, I think, does make this game a lot more interesting because it gives you a way to actually face check if you are
True.
XSV with like the vision plant and things like that. I really like the actual like transformations, the rift that this map brings in. It's going to make warding a lot harder with these vision plants that just provide such a huge swaths of clearing. So it's going to be interesting to see if Avi and Boldfont kind of know the positions where they're supposed to put wards that are like weird, that actually don't get revealed all the time. But
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we already saw it just now. I think BKP was able to utilize a Scryer to get some information that Boldfont was up there on the top side of the map. So already some value from the Chemtech Rift. Spiraling Despair on a Protomorph. Where's the Severing Bolt going to go? It's the Vel'Koz. Looks like we'll survive. BKP not going to find him. Any last-minute skill shots. Clasper here to catch the wave in mid lane. Taking a quick look at the golds. The Aatrox is ahead by about 800, but a similar lead can be found in the jungle for Discrepancy. And they got a little bit of an advantage, of course, from Maddie down here on the bottom side as well. So Tristana and the Renata have managed to secure 3 plates for themselves with the help of those grubs they rotated up for earlier on.
yeah, it's going to be a pretty big lead if they're able to get this tower early. See, Catville has gone for this Shojin first, this Aatrox, which is kind of standard now. I want to see a champion just all about the booty cooldowns. Just trying to stack as much of that as possible. Oh,
He's going to get all out underneath the turret. So one shot onto the Aatrox. Does have the World Ender, though. He's going to be able to get a good amount of healing out. Another plate in the bot lane, meanwhile, going over to this Tristana. And it looks like the top lane fight will dissipate. As Devil's actually back in for a little bit of a trade. Can't find the third and Tofo strikes, though. Now we do have both junglers hovering towards the bottom side once again. We have a little bit of time still until this next dragon joins us, but the Paranoia is available for Discrepancy, so he clearly wants to look for some kind of angle.
yeah, and I mean, Aatrox is trying to make himself really juicy and available for this, right? We see him kind of pushing in between lanes right now, but Clasper more concerned about this possible dive opportunity that XSV is presenting in the bot lane.
Well, Discrepancy is going to reveal himself as he moves into the bottom lane, trying to brute force this tier 1 turret, but Maddie kind of low HP if a fight does end up breaking out. Of course, same can be said for Boldfont there on the Braum. Looks like XSV are going to call it off with Clasper there. They don't want to try their luck. And that's going to be a nice knockout coming out from Protomorph, but does take the Spiraling Despair. The Life Form Disintegration Race flashed away from, and that's going to be the solo kill for BKP, who does immediately get traded back as Catfell teleports into the mid lane to avenge a Protomorph.
Yeah, not how we thought this matchup was going to go, or not how I thought it was generally going to go. Normally see Protomorph, one, able to utilize these Life Form Disintegration Rays and just chunk these squads out. He's done it all season. Guessing BKP is just playing the way that he's always keeping up that fear to cancel the channels like we've seen, or something like that. Just playing this matchup incredibly well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it was BKP, actually, who went for the way blind on the R2 slot, and Protomorph who was able to answer with the Bell Cause. So this is clearly a matchup that Protomorph felt confident in, has done well in this matchup this season earlier on, like you mentioned. But BKP is really just an incredibly strong player. I'm not quite sure if Protomorph started his channel on the ultimate in that last fight, and then BKP reacted with the Spiraling Despair, or if they just both happened to throw out their ultimates at the exact same time. But it definitely, I mean, obviously it did end up working out for the way in the end. Herald is going to go over to Conduit's Sun, as Boldfont on another rotation up towards the top side helps to secure that one.
Yeah,
now there
should be a dead Noah double here. Doesn't really have any support kind, but there's a play happening.
Does have ult and flash. Cassante going to try to outplay this one. Is in the end just going to give up the turret. And now they're going to be able to get the Cassante. Avarice, the all-out doesn't really give him any distance there. And that is going to be a lot of gold over for Glass. We're able to pick up the last hit. BKP now on the rotation up here. Flashing forward is Boldfont, the engaged Brom. Coming out, Catbill jumping forward with a Darkened Blade as well. BKP trying to get the Blast Cone. Not an amazing angle there for the way the concussive blows do get procced. Oh, so much healing there from the Redemption. For the way will eventually go down. Boldfont, though, traded back. Maddie on the Tristana. Does he have another rocket jump? I don't know if he does. He flashes over the wall, but Catbill is there with the sweet spots. The Darkened Blade, the World Ender himself, but Maddie has the bailout. Is that going to be enough to turn around the play? And yes, it will. The Tristana secures her third kill. 6-4 on the board now for XSV. They're got a slight lead. Oh, and they did just get their third dragon as well. Discrepancy wasn't even there. Oh, man.
And we're counter jungling Gwen's bot side jungle as well.
Ooh.
Oh, God.
I mean, the gold is still pretty even, but it does feel like this game is leaning more and more in XSV's favor.
Well, Boldfont's going to claim some of these Krugs for himself. Deny them from the Nocturne, which I guess is better than nothing.
Yeah. Supports deserve baby Krugs too. You know, sometimes, he just earned it. You know, the play on the top side didn't quite work out, I think, the way that they wanted, but I admire Boldfont's gusto. Even on a champion like Braum, he's still going to look for those engages. You'll love to see it.
Yeah. I mean, I called it out. This is going to be the guy who's going to be flashing for adult with Braum, so great to see that there's still that killer instinct there. Hopefully they're just able to do it at a time where Capfill is ready. Next time he's able to get off that running at them with the full World Ender going to get that Q3 off.
I mean, it would have worked if Avi wasn't there. Of course, he was there, so... Yeah, I mean, Conduit's Sun, how worried do they need to be, really? I mean, it is just a Chemtech soul. You know, unanimously considered, I think, to be the weakest of the souls. But still, I mean, it's going to be a lot of value for the Cassante at the very least. And the Renata getting a little bit of value there as well from the shielding.
I don't think you're really that worried about, like, oh, they've gotten Chemtech soul or something. It's just, like, the incremental advantages it gives you, right? Every time you get a dragon, it's XP gold for your jungler, and it just kind of shows that you have the map kind of tilted in your favor, and you're the one setting the tempo of the game. I mean, XSV's gotten everything so far. They don't just have 3 dragons, they also have these grubs. You know, it's the Herald was, traded, but that's the only real thing we've gotten for the side of
Protomorph, another channel on the Disintegration Ray. The fear coming out from BKP, though, just in time, once again. Spiraling Despair landing as well, so that is going to be a... Ooh, there's a TP in for Catfill, looking for BKP, but the way going to be able to back off in time. The channel on that teleport just a little bit too slow, and BKP is just going to be able to walk away from that one. Only 2 minutes on the dragon spawn. Capville is not going to have that teleport back.
But new
We do
guy.
have Alive as well. Yeah, oh, right, new guy. I forget.
Yeah.
We dubbed him new guy. He's gonna get taken. I mean, this is Conduit Sun looking for their second neutral objective. It is a pretty dangerous one to go for. Discrepancy is gonna face check the bush. Does have the spell shield. He's gonna stay alive for a little bit longer. Glacial Fever coming out now as well. This Otacon is not going down quickly enough, but they are looking to turn on to Mellow Devils. The Cassante goes all out, but staying alive for so long. Now the Paranoia is coming out there, diving on top of the Ash, who flashes away, stays alive for now. The Cassante and the Brahmin traded off, and now Catbill in the middle of 3 people is gonna get taken down by the Tristana, and now it's XSV Gluttony on the front foot. Thinking about continuing the chase, but Conduit do still have their tier 1 here in the top lane to fall back to. Trying to go back towards the Otacon. Disintegration Ray doing some good damage there on a Discrepancy. The smite is early! And now the Herald is going to get summoned up. The Otacon is going to completely reset. And Clasper is on so low HP on this
my God,
gets the knock up on a Maddie. Almost not to the other. Oh my God! Clasper and Shelly back to back fighting it out in the pit. Can he get back in for the steal? No, it's not going to happen. Discrepancy locks it down. That was the most insane Otacon fight that I've ever seen.
Yeah, Clasper almost just got a triple kill driving Shelly. I've never seen that in my life. I didn't even know that the Shelly charge did like damage to champions. I just thought it knocked you up.
Yeah, I think it even probably did more damage because the resistances were all shredded by Otacon.
Yeah.
So Shelly with a critical hit there, almost able to carry the team fight for Conduit Sun, but not quite in the end.
Okay, and now we're going back to this because it's 20 seconds till Dragon spawns?
That's right.
Yeah.
Conduit Sun are trying to set up here in the river. They are going to be able to clear out that banana brush for now. Catbill moving in from the southern flank. Mellow Devils looking to maintain control, at least over that tribe rush, but it's going to be forced back from that position as well.
Okay.
Dragon has now spawned.
Yeah, Conduit, please do not just fight to the death over this. Sure, it's your soul, but you don't really need to check this. Like, you can just go take mid-tower.
Hoping XSV don't fight to the death, right? Well, they're going to do that as Catbill is going to flash over the wall. And now Cassante is going to go out onto Domination, but the Lifeform Disintegration Ray doing so much work for the Vel'Koz, but the Cassante is absolutely cleaning up from the backside of the fight. Mellow Devils struggled in the lane, but he turned it on for the team fight. It's going to be the ace, the 5-for-1 win. XSV Gluttony, they will take the fight, they will take the soul, and they're looking to take this game number 1.
Yeah. Shows what I know. I thought XSV was kind of stupid for taking a fight that was a team that was so cemented into that. But just showed that the weight of the wallets and everything that they have right now, that they can just take these fights. They had the tools. They had Flash on Tristana. That meant it was a good fight.
Absolutely right. Conduit Sun definitely did their best there. They tried to set up the battle lines, but in the end, I feel like they did maybe overchase a little bit into the enemy jungle, and it gave Mellow Devils that juicy ult angle onto the Ash. And he was able to sort of utilize Domination as like a taxi to then get on top of Protomorph as well. And that was kind of the fight right there.
Yeah. And this is this kind of danger that I was talking about earlier, about when one of these teams gets behind, what is their, jungler going to do? What is LO Clasper's play to get back into this game? I don't really know what they're able to accomplish now. They're kind of in a position they shouldn't be right now, that Maddie is super strong right now, and is just able to take this tower in his face.
Tristana, very, very close to 3 items. Probably has it in base, honestly. So yeah, looking really good now for XSV. Got less than 30 seconds on the Baron spawn. We'll see if they're feeling confident enough to even look for the T1 Baron angle. They are ahead right now, about 7,000 gold. Pretty hefty lead. Plus the soul, of course, as well.
Yeah, there's just so much stacking up for them. Nocturne is finished his experimental hexblade. Guard breakers, and he has the sticking power and the ult CD to really, catch people off guard if anyone ever tries to match a BKP on the side lane, or can even look to fight on Aatrox with the CC setup that Mellow's able to bring. And now it's just the Baron dance.
Very close. close.
Okay. Is that on towards BKP? I think it hit him.
Oh, they hit BKB. Yeah, he's in so much trouble. Glasper and a Protomorph able to get on top of the wave. Flashes over the wall. Actually stays alive. Oh, and he kills Protomorph with the parting skill shot. And it's going to be Capfill taken down in the side lane at the same time. All over the map. XSV just taking names. Conduit's son just falling to pieces here in game 1.
Yeah. The caster curse. I hated them the whole time. Haha.
They were playing the long game,
Game,
Storm.
yeah.
I see.
So
Yeah, I mean, that's not going to be enough, I guess, to get to Gluttony actually the end, but should be enough to get them to Baron.
yeah, this one feels like it's pretty much all over at this point. As long as this Baron goes down and there isn't some random Assault steal or something.
I mean, we saw Xerath get the steal last week,
Yeah.
but no Xerath in this game, or Jhin, for that matter. So, it is going to be a very nice and early Baron for XSV. They extend their gold lead to 12,000. And I would love to see them close things out with this Baron buff, Storm. You think they can do it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there isn't really any tier 2 turrets to really slow your push down. There's just that one top lane. So the goal of this Baron is to get inhibitors at that lane. Again, there isn't that much wave clear for the side of Conduit Sun. You have basically Vel'Koz as your only real reliable wave clear. Ashe can't really walk up to auto minions. So I don't foresee this push really getting stalled out as long as Play is able to join up with this team after collecting a side wave or something, or we're just going to collapse top lane because Capfill is really, really far out.
He is, yeah, and he's about to get an express ticket back to the fountain. You have to imagine. Discrepancy, going to be able to connect to the fear tether. The Aatrox is probably going to live for a while, but Tristana's on the way, and is going to be able to expedite things. Capfill trying to get out as much healing as possible. Look at that damage from Maddie. Holy cow. That is a 3-item Tristana, level 15.
Yeah.
Short work of that Aatrox.
Okay. That did delay the Baron buff quite a bit. We'll say that. So good job on that, Capfill.
Got it for about 90 seconds still, do XSV. They're currently in a 3-1-1 kind of setup. So pretty split on the map. Doesn't really feel like they're looking for an end angle, despite having the 5v4 situation right now.
Yeah.
They don't have like an amazing... I mean, their siege is not bad. They have Tristana. Able to get most of the HP off that tier 2. And they are just going to brute force it down. 1 minute still on the buff.
Yeah, they have this cannon minion here as well. 2 cannons, right? So they are going to incrementally push
Meanwhile, Discrepancy is taking that mid inhibitor turret, so the playing on multiple lanes is working out for XSV pretty nicely. And now Mellow Devils dashing back in, finds the all-out on a Bullfont, takes down the Braum. Now Paranoia coming out from the Nocturne. The Tristana does have to dash away from this one, but Mellow Devils just going all the way in there underneath the inhibitor turret. Capfill flashing to try to get on top of the wave, but he's just too far behind. He can't get anything done. Meanwhile, Mellow Devils is still alive here in the base, just hanging out on the Cassante, completely unbothered, thriving in his lane. Protomorph gonna get flashed on by Avi. Handshakes the tentacle of the Void Squid, and that is gonna do it for game number 1. It is a sub 30-minute victory for Ionia's #1 seed here in the first game of the finals.
Yeah. That was pretty much as dominant as you can get.
Pretty dominant.
I don't know what... Yeah, there wasn't a lot of hope for Conduit that game, basically, right?
Yeah. I mean, it started early, where they just kind of started to fall behind in terms of, tempo on the map, and there was that really nice early rotation from XSV that were able to get the Void Grubs and just kind of like keep up that pressure, and they were just able to snowball pretty cleanly.
Yeah, so interesting to see. I mean, XSV also decided that they wanted red side in this game 1. They were the higher seeds. They had the option, and they chose to take red side, trying to think maybe that was one of Mint's downfalls towards the draft, is that there was all those really great counter picks that Sun was able to bring out. This was a much more standard lane from them, And we can just kind of see from this gold graph, right, that and damage graph, that pretty much the only person in this game for Conduit Sun was their top laner, Capfo. Like, no one else was really in this game whatsoever.
Yeah, Kappa was trying his best. You know, I do think Protomorph had a pretty nice lane on his patented Vel'Koz as well, but even then, it wasn't enough to actually get the best of BKP. Was kind of able to outplay him, despite the fact that Protomorph had the counter pick into the way. And honestly, I think there's a couple of things about this draft for Conduit Sun that I didn't really love. You know, I loved their drafting last week, but two things with this draft that I wasn't like a huge fan of is I feel like Clasper needs to be on some kind of pick where you can scrap early. I think the Gwen is just not that. Like, it just takes too long to come online. And Bold Font, I think, has to be on some kind of engage pick. Engage Braum, as fun as it is to watch, I think is just not it.
Yeah, but my kind of worry is Avi plays a lot of things that are like really hardcore to stage. Like, we saw this Renata,
That's
they
fair.
play a lot of Milio. Like, if you just slam something like Alistair, like, or, you know, the Leona or something, I don't think it's just going to be like, oh, they're going to pick like another engage. Like, there might be a Janna game or something.
Oh, yeah, Jan is a good shout, but Braum and Renata are two of the best disengaged champs in the game. So, you know, thanks to Fearless Draft, both of those are now gone.
Yeah.
We'll see.
But I really think that Vel'Koz pick for Protomorph is by far his best champion, and that getting taken away without a win, I think, is a really big work. I don't know what else Protomorph has answered Control Mage's KP plays.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Ashe might be one of Domination's better picks as well. So definitely a little bit concerning. Feels like there are some important tools for Conduit Sun that have been used already here in this first game, but we know that this is a team with some pretty deep champion pools, so I'm sure they do have more to bring out for us later on. Who's your Game 1 POG, Storm?
For Game 1, I'm just going to go with Maddie. They didn't die. They did the most damage in the game, pretty much. You know, Capful got that little bit more, getting to beat up on poor defenseless Cassante in the top lane. But
yes,
I think they played those fights really, really well. That triple kill basically down bot, where they were able to bait in so aggressively with that Renata and utilize, you know, the bailouts. They're my player of the game.
Absolutely. Tough to argue with an AD carry who has a 0 in the death column. Fantastic performance from Maddie in this first one. We're not going to go to a short break, guys, and we'll be back for Game 2 draft. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are now getting underway with our Game 2 Champion Select, Conduit Sun, as the losers of Game number 1 have decided to move on over to the red side, which we probably could have guessed they were going to do, right, Storm?
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in red side supremacy as a top lane. Give me that round 5 counter pick. So,
Yeah,
like
I
to see
mean,
that.
Gluttony were able to utilize their R5 counter pick last game to secure the Cassante. So we'll see what Conduit Sun are going to be able to get done with it this game. As it looks like our bans are looking pretty similar. So either the Ivern or the Tom Kench is going to be left open by Gluttony. So they do want to get rid of the Nunu this time around. Conduit Sun's last ban in the previous game was, of course, the Zac. We'll see if they go back towards that. Ooh, they're going to ban away the Ivern themselves. Wonder if Gluttony was planning to take that away from them. Clearly, I think that's what Conduit Sun were worried about.
Yeah, it's something that, again, they can play, right? Ivern, while he is very weird and all of those wonderful things, he has the fastest jungle clear in the game if you know how to do it, technically. But it's something that you can practice, right? Like, the basics of Ivern are not that difficult. It's just you have to learn his eccentric. Said we're going to Varus is the first lock-in. This utility bot that I've kind of called out towards, kinda not the biggest fan of it round one, but one of those things. What do you pick? Probably a safe 80 carry, probably best.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty good to me. You know, the Varus is nice as well because he can be flexible in terms of the build, right? So if you feel like you do need a little bit more like early game pressure, or you know, there's a lot of squishy members on the enemy team, you can look towards the lethality. If you feel like you need to be the main DPS and the enemy team has a lot of frontline, you look more towards that on hit style. So you know, that is nice as well. Does lend itself to a first pick ability, I think. As Sivir Milio is going to be the response. Milio, I do think, is a really big pick for both of these supports. So Old Font going to be able to take that one. It's not really engaged, but maybe it's going to be all right regardless.
You're not ready for the flash soccer kicks?
I'm not ready. I'm not ready, Storm.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Doesn't matter what I'm ready for.
So here's what I want to say, and I know no teams are flexing Varus top lane. I'm still convinced that Varus top is absolutely disgusting, and is something
in a good way or a bad way?
Yeah, it's so good.
Okay.
I have played against it. I have played it myself, and I am so bad at playing ranged ADCs. But you just stat check people. I think it's really busted. I wish it would get picked up so that it would get nerfed. But anyway, I doubt it. Probably this Varus Karma, everything technically is a flex so far for XSV, but they're not really flexes.
Yeah, does feel like we probably have some idea where these picks are going. The Varus Karma does sound like it would be a really oppressive bot lane, especially into something like Sivir Milio, very short range, right? And not really going to have an easy time farming early on against the pressure of the Varus Karma. Would you see the Zac coming through on R3? This is one of those flex picks for Conduit. We could see that go either top or into the jungle.
Yeah, Zac top is the tank that beats every other tank, basically. Is more or less how he works in the top lane, like, pretty much no matter what. So, gonna be interesting to see if XSV just kind of goes, alright, whatever, you picked Zac, we're fine with that. They are looking to ban some actual counter picks themselves. They're getting rid of the Heimerdinger. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Mellow Devils has generally been like a tank player, you know, as we were just talking about earlier for most of this season. So, it does feel like that's probably the direction he's going to go towards. The Heimerdinger ban is really interesting. It kind of leads us to believe that Gluttony expect the Zac to actually be going into the jungle. Veigar gonna get banned here as well, so a couple of mid options removed, but there's still some good control mages that we could look towards for both of these players. I'm kind of looking at like the Victor right now, maybe.
Yeah, Victor's kind of the only classic control mage left as far as I can tell. You know, Ori's gone, Citr's gone, Ari's available, I guess.
Ari, yeah. Talia is also up.
Yeah, pretty. Ooh.
Theory. Okay. So that almost assuredly locks in the Zac top lane. I mean, we've seen Theory mid. Obviously, she was like a mid laner for a really long time, but she
Yeah.
is almost exclusively a jungler now. So you have to believe that it's going to be that Zac towards the top lane. How are Gluttony going to respond? Is it just going to be a tank for Devils, or does he have something cooked up for us?
Poppy, okay. Really good
Okay.
into Zac and Neferi, so I like that
Absolutely.
pickup. Um,
Yeah.
pretty sure that lane matchup Zac itself is fine. He just kind of out heals all of the like poking that you do with your Q, so like really get anywhere, but like he shouldn't kill you. So
Yeah.
he'll just
Yeah.
kind of have push and stuff. But I just think for kind of how XSV plays, they're just kind of throwing Mello a little under the bus in terms of it's gonna be fine. You're gonna be the team fight god. Vladimir. Wow.
Yeah, the Blood Mage going to be making an appearance for BKP there in the mid lane. So that is going to give a little bit more damage to this draft. I do think they've got themselves a pretty well-rounded team fighting composition here for the side of XSV. Conduit Sun definitely have the makings of one as well with the Sivir Hyper Carry, and they're going to go for the Aurelion Soul. So Protomorph looking to match the scaling of the Vladimir. We did, I believe, see Protomorph play the ASOL once last week as
Yeah.
well.
Played it that game 1 heartbreak loss.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that game 1 was so crazy. Yeah, all right. So both sides have a little bit of front line. Both sides have some decent engage. Both sides have good scaling. I'm seeing a lot of parallels here, Storm, between these drafts.
Yeah. Both sides, I'm pretty sure, are also abandoning their backline to die a glorious death. I'm pretty sure Neferi is going to kill this Varus over and over and over again, and he's gonna be okay with that, I guess, because Vladimir is gonna go kill the enemy over and over and over again. As like, I'm not seeing any world where both of these 80 carries like come out of the fight like after like kiting really well and being like, man, that was such a great team fight. This is those games where you're an ADC player and you go, I hate this role. It's stupid. Why am I playing this? You know, I got the
Yeah,
3
that's
items
pretty.
and I autoed twice in the last team fight and got 100 to 0 by a tank. Like, what is happening to me? So
Yeah, I definitely could see it potentially being one of those games. It does feel like it's going to be pretty difficult to play for both of these 80 carries. But I do feel like overall, this season, and I think in that last game as well, it would probably be fair to say that XSV Gluttony are a little bit better at playing around their 80 carry than Conduit Sun are. So
yeah,
maybe that'll be a factor. The Poppy is amazing into the Neferi specifically, as you mentioned earlier. So if Devils decides that he does actually want to play to Peel for the backline while BKP is on his go kill everyone mission, I think that could work out really well for Gluttony. But Devils definitely going to have his work cut out for him.
yeah. I think the Devil's discrepancy are on the we must kill Aurelian Soul train. Fortunately,
Okay.
I think
So
they are the
not
one.
on the keep Maddie alive plan.
No, I think that's
Okay.
going. Avi, you got a mantra shield for our whole team. Maddie, good luck to you. Throw that ultimate before you die, champ.
Yeah, right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely some potential for some pretty explosive fights as well, with like the
Yeah.
long range engage of the Zac and of the Jarvan.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of tools for both sides of the game. I really like the idea behind the Aurelian Soul. I'm not sure how well it's going to actually work in the fights with the discrepancy and Mello being able to kind of stop his Q spam and having to stand still. Something sounds dangerous into all of this available poke as well.
Yeah.
So I'm worried for Protomorph if something weird happens, like laning wise or something. There can be some of that cheese type thing that, you know, all teams are able to bring out. Also, a very weird Sivir comp, like for domination. Like most of the time when you see Sivir, you're picking things that are really with it. That's like a whole bunch of things that just run at you and things that really rely on.
Yeah.
There basically isn't anyone on Conduit Sun who's like a Sivir person. You know, you don't see
Right.
the Olaf, Urgot, or anything like that. There's no real like juggernaut that Sivir's really beefing up. Same with this Milio.
Yeah, ironically, I feel like for Conduit Sun, if they had this Sivir Melio lane with their top side from last game when they had like the
Yeah.
Aatrox and the Gwen, that would have been amazing, right?
Yeah, exactly, right?
But yeah, the move speed doesn't really do too much for Zach because he doesn't run. He just kind of he flings himself.
Yeah, he flies through the air.
Yeah, and so does the Aurelion Soul. Obviously, he's very good at flying.
Yeah.
Fury kind of does. It is more of a jump than actual flight, but that dog got hops. All right.
Yeah.
It's a pretty nasty vertical on the Nefiri. So
I am interested to see that BKP is running teleport. I thought for sure we would see Flash Ghost. Just would mean that, like, you know, you're able to just kind of get into team fights and like win so much harder. I'm just used to that as I generally see Vladimir top lane, where it's generally fairly hard to gank and kill him because of the stupid pool ability. Which I imagine gives you a lot of safety in mid lane, and I don't feel like, you know, a Soul Nefiri does not sound like an early game powerhouse that's really gonna like force you to take sets.
Right.
So
yeah,
I'm a little interested on.
I feel like the ghost as well. I mean, for the Vladimir, if you're not being pressured that much, like you say, you can even just like ghost back to lane, and that can work as well. So if you don't feel like you're going to be needing it for a team fight in the near future, but overall, Storm, how are you feeling about these drafts? You know, definitely some strong team fighting elements on both sides. What are you thinking?
So weird for me. Again, it's one of those things. It's like if I could smash these teams together, like things from one side and add them to the other, like if the Conduit bot lane got transferred over to the XSV side, I'd be like, wow, that's a really awesome team there. But I like the XSV team overall, I think a bit more. I think they are lighter on damage overall as generally as a team, but I think they have a lot more kind of utility in most ways, that most of the Conduit utility is very like, focused. You know, that it's like the CC from Zach is like all he's providing. Fury's not providing any. Protomorph is going to have these like big stuns, but I don't think these big stuns are going to act on like the priority target, right? For Conduit Sun, their entire game for me is like, how do we stop Vladimir, right? When Vladimir hits that critical mass point of like the game's 3 items or whatever, how do we stop Vladimir from killing our entire team? And I don't know how they do that.
Yeah,
to be honest,
they've got like 0 targeted CC. That's very true. They have very little to actually threaten the Vladimir in the late game. So if BKP gets to that late game in a pretty comfortable position, I definitely could see him running away with it. XSV also did manage to take game number 1. And I am actually loaded into the game already. So, Mr. Producer, I don't know if you want to just like skip the break this time, or we do still need to sync up. So what do you think, Kenny? Shortest break in BOL history right there, guys. We're making it right now in this match. How does it feel, Storm, to be here for the making of history? Shortest ever break.
It's fantastic. You always want to be on the part of history because that means you're a winner. Winners write history books.
That's absolutely right. We'll see which one of these teams is going to be a winner in this match. Of course, it was XSV that were the winners of game number 1. They're going to need 2 more of those to actually close things out here in the finals. As we're going to see a little bit of a trade there from the Neferi. Looks like we will have Clasper looking for his Raptors as the first camp.
Yeah. Neither of these teams really have any sort of level 1 potential whatsoever. You might Curse Karma Poke, but like that's it. So we just kind of seen this big standard 5-point. I wasn't really expecting anything different. Hopefully we're able to see Jarvan actually do something early. Jarvan, we've talked about, is the early game CC tank that you can pick who actually does damage and doesn't scale like a true tank, right? So if Jarvan doesn't get any ganks early game, it's like, why did you not pick Sejuani? Or something so.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100% agree there, Storm. What do you think Discrepancy should be looking for in this early game? I mean, it kind of just has to be the bot lane, doesn't it?
I feel like it's just you blow a flash. Is Capfill about to get...
Oh my god. Capfill? I mean, the Poppy doesn't do enough damage to
no,
actually
the
kill the
Q.
Blob. Oh, he's getting them all low. He's getting all the blobs low. Oh, is it enough? Capfill, he respawns. He gets back underneath the turret and will barely survive. Now, Mellow Devil's going on. So, did the Poppy take a turret shot there, trying to finish off Capfill?
I don't... Maybe? Or maybe it was just, like, tanking the full minion wave aggro? Because the second wave came in and they were tanking it.
Oh, flashing the wall! Oh, he didn't quite get the stun there. Devils. Oh, you devil. He almost found the angle there on a Capfill. So close. Just didn't quite have the range on the charge.
Yeah, kind of showing to Capfill that, hey, I do have hands. Like, I was just playing Cassante last game. Like, you have to worry that, like, I am going to solo kill you back if you play and disrespect me, which is a really big part of top lane.
And it's especially worrying as well for Conduit because Capfill was kind of like that one strike on the damage graph on the last game, right? The one member of Conduit who was actually doing really well for most of that game. So now on a more supportive, more of a tank option this game for Capfill, could be a really big deal if he's not able to have another one of those performances.
Yeah. As you're talking about kind of this early game, where do we see this discrepancy go? Obviously going to have to...
The arrow!
Yeah.
Old font. Blinking health bar there for the Melio, and Jarvan is on this side of the map. Sorry to cut you off there, Storm.
Yeah, nope. Was going to... Just alluding to my point perfect. Poke him down. There's no heal either. There's exhaust and cleanse. So this health bar ain't moving.
So yeah, another arrow there from Maddie sort of negated the health potion that Bold Font did have. And you can see the Jarvan is kind of hovering down there right now. There is a couple of flashes being blown, including both summoners off of the Melio. Now Jarvan is going to go in for the EQ underneath the turret, secures the kill. BKP getting ganked on his Clasper, flashing forward in the mid lane there. BKP did have to burn the flash defensively to get away. Overall, just going to be that one kill on the bottom side, but some close calls across the map in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, they burned both of Maddie's sums to get that kill. I mean, I guess it got you first blood. BKP was able to trade Clasper. Ooh, is this a kill? No, able to dodge.
Capfill, no passive. Do we get another Q for the Poppy? The hammer smash. Oh, the sack heal like Capfill turns it around on him, and he will come out on top once again. Conduit Sun fans rejoicing.
That was so close. Okay, there's the bold font roam.
BKP.
This is what we want to see.
BKP has the pool and is K.
Okay. That's what we expect out of Emilio roam. You run out of a bush and you kick a soccer ball at someone, and that's it.
Yeah, the ball did not go into the goal this time, unfortunately. But hey, at least he took the shot. That's worth something.
Yep.
You have a Ocean Dragon to start us off this time around, Storm.
Yeah.
Both compositions are very heavy scaling, so, last game we saw XSV go for this first dragon pretty early. I don't know if that's going to be the case this time around.
Yeah, I mean, Jarvan and the Fury are both, like, around this, and the Scuttle, and it's like you have the bot lane push for the side of XSV, so I imagine to get this. I think this is a
Capville
kill.
gonna be bouncing around up here at the top. Like Mellow Devils doesn't have level 6 yet.
Yeah.
Oh dear, that previous kill giving Capville the XP advantage. Ticks over to level 6, secures the solo kill 2-0 now on the Zac. Meanwhile, though, XSV are going to be able to secure this first dragon, thanks to control they had in bot lane. Gonna be the first neutral for them once again. See if they're going to go for that similar kind of swap that they went for in game 1, where they transitioned up towards the top side for grubs. Capville, you know, more accelerated than he was in the previous game on this Zac, so maybe that is going to deter them.
Yeah, I don't think you really want to take this early fight. That I feel like they're just going to want to try and stay inside these lanes as much as possible. Keep Sivir down in terms of CS. That I don't see Avi moving over and trying to go for this. I think it's just going to be standard routine, and they're going to be fine to trade this first set of grubs for this first dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie and Avi have been putting on so much pressure in the 2v2. I think it would make sense to just keep that up. Try to keep domination down for as long as possible. You can see right now, Maddie does have about a 20 CS lead. At least the Sivir is stacking up a cull, but definitely finding herself in a pretty substantial early deficit.
Yeah, and this is kind of the worry mid lane is like BKP and Protomorph are literally just free farming from off of each other, right? Like there's no interaction, there's no like both
No
of
threat.
these champions are just gonna be accelerated like compared to normal. And
But wait, Goldcon is here. He might kick another soccer ball, Storm.
oh god, the soccer ball. It's so scary.
Hold on to it for now.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
goes.
Another miss. It's, the goalpost of the Vladimir kind of moved a little bit unfair, as the EQ combo is going to find Boldfont,
Yep.
who does manage to survive. There's no follow-up there for Discrepancy, so the Emilio able to walk that one off. We have gone for a similar kind of map rotation, but this time around it has been matched by Conduit Sun, their own bot lane, up towards the top side here as well. Grub's been started up by XSV. The empowered Q not going to land for Avi, but it's going to zone Conduit away. First Grub been secured, and BKP moving over as well is going to solidify this objective take for the Gluttons. So once again, they're going to be able to secure both. Oh, nice steadfast presence there, interrupting Capville mid-jump. But Mellow Devils probably does need to be a little bit careful. You know, these trades look good on their face, but the Zac sustain is just crazy. He's going to do some bouncing around once again. Is Capville. Level advantage again on Devils. Another steadfast presence, though, interrupts the jump. One turret shot coming through. Capville not able to connect anymore. Strategy strikes flashing forward as Capville almost able to get the kill, but now Discrepancy is here. Try to clean up this blob man. He had passive, like you correctly identified, Storm, but it is not going to save him. Discrepancy secures the kill. We're now all tied up 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, just the position that you are, that's not a side of the map, I guess, where you're able to make that play. Discrepancy run basically from Krug straight there, stopped taking the throttle, didn't take any of his bot side camps, just went and played beeline for that kill, basically. Hopefully this Jarvan is able, with this Bruiser build, to keep themselves prevalent in this game. They are able to be a damage threat. I'm hoping that Protomorph, you know, because they are going to be accelerated due to the nature of this mid lane matchup, won't just be able to ignore this Jarvan damage, but we'll have to wait and see if there's any more damage coming out from Discrepancy, or it's just going to be this full utility after the one damage item.
Yeah, I mean, with those two early kills, like you said, wouldn't be too surprising to see Discrepancy go in a more aggressive direction. You know, I do think that I do have a, you know, you did mention in the draft discussion as well, you feel like that this XSV lineup might be a little bit short on damage later on in the game. You know, Karma damage obviously is going to fall off pretty substantially. Maybe a little bit of extra oomph. Yeah. Oh, it is going to be the lethality Varus. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Which does scale, honestly, better than it used to, but still, I take your point.
Yeah, just a hater of it. Don't worry about me.
Are you president of that anti-fan club as well, or?
No, I'm a president of the Zeal Items Are Garbage fan club. I will say that as
Okay.
the person. Well, no, someone who's completely doesn't belong anywhere near 80. Go, stop building Zeal items ever. Just never do it.
It's a bad idea.
Yeah, I guess I can sometimes see the spready one.
Oh, Rotomorph.
is here.
There's a steadfast presence, interrupts the Astral Flight, and the Aurelion Soul is just going to get dunked. Even the Sanguine Pool there from BKP to dodge away from the descending skies.
Yeah,
Really nice setup there from Devils.
yeah. Zach maybe gets 2 plates off of this. I would probably take that trade every single time. Zach a little bit of gold, whereas getting our Vladimir gold, I will give Vladimir gold every single time.
It was actually the Poppy who managed to secure the last hit on that one. But still, you know, it's going to be a free shove out on the wave for BKP, and he's going to get himself a very comfortable reset. So yeah, I mean, I think a kill traded for 2 plates is relatively even, but like the fact that they were able to kill Protomorph meant that they also got the second dragon. We'll see what Clasper can find something up here in the top lane. Feels like Conduit Sun are starting to fall behind in this game again, but yeah, Avi on the counter gang, eyes up the dog, puts the dog on a leash, and they're taking him for a walk. Mellow Devils, 2 kills.
Yeah, one of those things. I don't know if LO Clasper just doesn't know that it's like tethers still track you even when you go untargetable. How those work, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Fury was just very deep. Really just had nowhere to go there. Avi, a very well-timed roam up towards that top side. It does mean that Maddie is left a little bit alone down here in the bottom lane at the moment, but Sivir and Melio aren't really the best for pressuring in these sorts of situations. So the Varus just going to be able to continue farming up underneath this turret, and we are looking at about a 2,000 gold lead for the Gluttons once again.
Yeah, and they have all 3 grubs. Again, first 2 dragons. Again.
Strength are theirs again.
Just a lot of worries.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough with this draft, but okay. Clasper looking for something once again towards this bottom side. Chain of Corruption is going to be cleansed by Domination, who's now flashing forward, looking for this kill onto the Varus. He flashes away. The shield comes through. It's going to be Melio flashing underneath it for the soccer ball. Gets the kill. Volfon will sacrifice himself for the play, but they do manage to take down Maddie. Hatfield down here as well, slingshotting into the lane. The minion wave hasn't quite come up to the turret yet, though, and Discrepancy and Avi are pretty healthy right now. Is there really a play here for Conduit? I don't think there is. They're just going to back away. Mellow Devils is just free farming up in that top lane right now. They got 1 kill on the Varus, but I don't know, Storm, it doesn't feel like enough.
Yeah, they burned so much for that. There's no summoners on Sivir, there's no summoners on Melio. All of that was like everything but the kitchen sink.
The roam once again. Capville slowed up. When does the slingshot come back? I think he should have it soon. BKP not able to continue the chase regardless. Meanwhile, Mello is going to be able to finish off that top tier 1. Really nice soccer ball there from Boltfont. Get himself away from the Jarvan. Discrepancy not willing to commit the Cataclysm for just Emilio.
Yeah.
Are securing control over the river right now. A couple minutes still on the next dragon.
That was the full tower going down for the side of this Poppy.
Yeah.
Getting a huge amount of gold back to themselves. Just absolutely evening out any kills. Imagine. Producer, if you wouldn't mind just hitting X for us for just a quick second before this dragon's. These 2 teams are in terms.
He may have stepped away for a moment. I can, if there's anything in particular you're curious about, Storm, I can update us.
Yeah. It's so our Capville and Mellow Devils pretty much even now in terms of gold.
It is about a 600 gold lead for the Poppy at the moment.
Oh, okay, wow. So even ahead, even after that. Wow.
Yeah. XSV in a great spot, and they're still scaling up into this game as well. Capville without a turret now. In the top lane, the root interrupts the channel on the slingshot. And
Phil, you
the Zac
screwed it
might
up.
just get taken down. I think he might be wasting the passive here once again. Oh, he's got the ultimate, though, at least to try to get a little bit of sustain, but he can't collect the bloblets. He just gets rooted again by this Karma. I feel like Avi's been everywhere this game, but the Zac will reconstitute himself, finds the knock up there onto the Karma, but he just doesn't have any damage at all. He has no threat in that 1v2.
Oh my god, Mellow Devils might kill this guy.
Oh, Mellow Devils is going to get the Sky brought down on him. That is going to deter the Poppy, who was looking very aggressive there into the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah. Mellow Devils does have, the Sundered Sky gives you that automatic crit, I believe it is. That Poppy does have a lot of really high AD scaling as well. So, with that one item, is able to threaten this Protomorph. We're able to channel this Herald here for mid, just as this Dragon's spawning. Oh, it's so
It's really clean.
over. Yeah.
Really well organized by the Gluttons. They are following the checklist right now. And
Yeah.
Conduit, they need to find a way to throw a wrench into the gears. They need to get that
Yeah, they
checklist to like a little bit wet or something. They need to create some chaos somehow.
It's
Okay,
really
let's see if Capital's gonna be able to get that done into the backline. He goes, a lot of damage coming out. They immediately take down the Varus. Avi flashed away, trying to survive. Will eventually go down. The Keeper's verdict is very nice from Devils. They are gonna be able to turn this fight around now onto domination. And Protomorph has been taken down as well. It's a
Oh
good
my
attempt.
God,
Now Mellow
Glasper.
Devil's gonna be able to intercept the Nefiri as the dog tries to get back towards the pit. Now Capville flashing in, shuts down the Jarvan, but Mellow Devils is trying to shut down the enemy jungler as well, but takes 2 turret shots and dies to the Nefiri. A lot of gold now going over to Clasper, and Capville is still looking to continue this fight up against BKP. The Vladimir will be forced away, and now Clasper looking to move towards the dragon. Be really big for Conduit if they can stop the soul stacking, but Domination, or Maddie, and Avi off the respawn, making their way back towards the dragon pit.
Yeah,
And
Clasper
it's
doesn't
still
have
pretty
smite.
healthy. Oh, goodness, that is a really big deal. And Varus, we know, can steal these. But I feel like Conduit, they need to find a way to get this dragon.
Just reset
But
this
BKP,
dragon. Okay.
maybe just a little bit too strong. Still has the Hemo Plague actually on this Vladimir. He's just a little bit too scary. It looks like Conduit Sun are just going to give it up. Clasper still kind of waiting in the area, but the tether, it does come through. BKP just successfully zoning them away. Teleport back in
goodbye
now for
again, Maddie.
Capville.
Oh.
Maddie flashes away. It's going to be Avi who's taken down first in this fight. Clasper now going down low on the Nefiri. Mellow Devil's right on top of him. The Nefiri can't do anything against the Poppy. A double kill for BKP on the Vladimir. There is Capville
was
once
awesome
again
by
getting a good amount of
Capville.
healing from the stretchy strikes, but gets charged into the wall by the Poppy, taken down by Devils, and it's going to be the delayed triple kill for BKP. Devils again on the interrupt, and in goes Discrepancy, just dunks on the Dragon. Yet another team fight win, Soul Point, everything they could ever want for XSV.
Yeah, and it's just these fights over and over again. It's just watching these key carries just getting basically having no peel, right? We saw Capville trying at the end there to save his Sivir, but was kind of too little too late. And this game's just accelerating further and further and further ahead for XSV. And I don't think there's any hope now, almost, for the side of Conduit. Like, I can't imagine how much gold this Vladimir is backing with. Like, it's gonna be a disgusting buy, to be sure.
Oh, I didn't quite catch it.
It
he
was
had
a
just
full-
spent gold.
Yeah, it was the full Rift Maker completed.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's like around 3,000 approximately is what he was sitting on. It's Capville. Oh, not quite able to find the slingshot there on him. He does find the stretchy strikes, and now he's going to do some bouncing around, trying to pick up these bloblets with a piercing arrow. The lethality of Varus doing so much damage. Glasper is here now, but so is Devils, and the interrupt again from the Poppy. Maddie is going to be kept safe, and the Nefiri going to get taken down once again.
No.
Domination charged into the remains of his own turret. That's going to be another kill
Protomorph's
for the
dead.
Varus, and underneath the turret goes BKP. Unstoppable
Oh, no.
on the Vladimir. It is the cross-map ace, the 5-for-0. XSV Gluttony poised to secure match point in this best of 5?
Yeah, this is not a game. Children, avert your eyes.
Not for the faint of heart.
Yeah. And we're gonna get a mid-tier 2 maybe for the side of AKP. We're gonna extend this lead with Atacon. I guess this might be like a little overstepping, but I don't think that LL Cluster's gonna get anywhere.
I think you are right about that, Storm. Yatacon is going to be taken down, or New Guy, as
New
we
Guy.
refer to him.
Yep.
Is going to be secured by the Gluttons. And they are cruising towards victory. A couple minutes on their Cloud Soul. Of course, BKP is insanely strong right now. Very close to level 16. And has got half of his hat ready to go as well.
Yeah, there's a 4-item lead in between the enemy laner and your AD. He's almost also just about doubled Bold Fawn's level.
Well, Devils is in the middle of 3 people right now. Never mind, he's Poppy, so he's going to
Yeah.
yeet one of them away. And then just walk casually away from them.
Yep. Unfortunately, one of those 3 people was Bold Fawn. Doesn't provide the most
Yeah,
DPS.
true. In comes Clasper, going to immediately get chained with some corrupted chains there from Maddie. And that is going to deter the Neferian Gate.
Oh,
Trade of ultimates
PPP.
there. Oh my god. They're all dead. The Vladimir just absolutely murdered
Oh
that
my
entire
God.
team. What an
Oh.
incredibly nasty flank angle. That's why you take teleport, I guess. On the
Yeah.
Vladimir. Capel knows it's over.
Yep.
He's just doing a little bit of emoting. He's going to slingshot himself into a Karma where he will be rooted. Avi on this Karma, man. What an insane game from Avi.
Yeah. Actually crazy.
Was just everywhere. Just like,
Yeah.
it felt like this Karma just like won every lane.
Yeah. I don't even know. I mean, it's at this point we can start talking about like player of the game. Like,
Yeah,
do we
yeah,
give
I
it to
think we can.
Discrepancy, who's been like dominating the jungle the whole time? Do we give it to this Karma, who seems to know how to roam and is like everywhere where they need to be and landing these? Is it Mellow Devils for landing like every Poppy W imaginable?
Oh
Like-
man, I mean, Mellow Devils has been having an insane game as well. You're
Yeah.
so right. Or is it BKP who's 8-0-3 on the Vladimir
Yeah,
and just
exactly.
like ended the game with that TP flank?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Maddie, I think, is the only person who's not eligible this time. Sorry,
Yeah.
but your team is really popping off here.
Yeah, you're doing great with those corrupted arrows, champ. Keep it
Yeah.
up.
He is surviving to the best of his ability. Mellow Devils is, I mean, how could he possibly be in any danger? Domination is going to pop you on the hunt. Keeper's Verdict comes out. It does connect onto the Sivir, so that's most of your damage gone. And Clasper is just getting killed right now by the Poppy in a 1v3, 1v4, excuse
1v4.
me. In comes Capville.
Oh,
And there's
no.
BKP over the wall, and now the fight is over. BKP says hello, and also goodbye. That's going to be
Goodbye,
a dead
Bolt
Melio. Mellow Devils is still alive. The Poppy is just actually immortal, similar to Vladimir. I didn't know that Poppy was also a vampire, but there you go.
Yeah, Yordles can't die. That's in the lore, right? They just go back to Vandal
Clearly.
City.
Yeah. So I guess maybe Conduit Sun can just blame the lore for this
Yeah.
game. Maybe there's a cope angle there. You know, in actuality, I do feel like I mean, it wasn't like a huge draft difference, but I do feel like the Poppy in particular was kind of a master stroke for Gluttony.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen the value that it got this game has just been absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. I will also say if Clasper's Neferi, also not it. They're using their W
Yeah.
afterwards, not trying to like actually dodge things with it, but like using it reactionarily.
I mean, it's tough. Like, you
Yeah.
can't really react to, like, a Karma Tether. And it's
Yeah.
very difficult to react to the Poppy Charge as well. Like, the cast time on these abilities is, like, basically none. So, it's hard. It's a hard Neferi
Yeah.
game to play, for sure. But yeah, it has not really worked out for Clasper at all in this one.
And yeah, there's no hope. Like,
None at
even
all.
if you
Yeah.
randomly steal Baron, I still think you lose in the next 5 minutes.
100%. I mean, it's level 17 Vladimir with 3 items on Cloud Soul. You can't win anymore. It's not possible. Even if you have Aurelion Soul. By the way, 4 level difference in the mid lane right now.
Yeah.
4 levels.
It's Avi is level 10 and Vladimir's is level 17. Like, the XP it takes you to get from level 17 to 18 is like the same amount of XP as it takes you to get from levels 1 to like 13, guys. Like, it's a disgusting number. Okay.
Bye, Vladimir.
Yeah. Goodbye, Bold Font.
Goodbye. Clasper is going to be untargetable for a brief moment, and then will probably die to the vampire.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that damage is so nasty. Goodbye, domination. We have pullback because we're level 17 Vladimir.
Yeah. Oh,
wow.
okay.
This was, I mean, did BKP just steal away the POG vote right there at the end? I mean, he's looking very stylish right now. Mellow Devil's just trying desperately to get that POG back. They will both die on the fountain in a glorious explosion alongside the Nexus. XSV Gluttony. Oh, man. I mean, I had high hopes after watching Conduit Sun take the crash outs to 5 games last week. But this one is really not looking close so far at all, my man. This has been domination from XSV.
Yeah, this might be one of those things where Shane's going, "Yeah, you just got lucky." Maybe they did. Like, this is really bad. Like, this is like a first seed beating up on a 4th seed. Like,
I mean, this is looking like a 1st versus 8th match back in the round robin phase. Like, it's not just looking close at all.
Oh my dear God.
Yeah, that's I guess it is BKP, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Man.
41K. That's a fine number.
Like, I don't want to just be like
27 minutes.
It was less than 27 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
41,000 damage. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I really don't want to be just like a boom damage Andy, but I mean, he really did play extremely well. And that one teleport flank behind them, I think that was before the 3rd or the 4th try. I mean, that really did just end the game.
Yeah, but like we were talking about, like Mellow Devils also wanting huge shout out to them, and Avi also played like out of their mind.
Absolutely.
So
I mean, we kind of do make the rules here, Storm. What if we did just give POG to all of them? Is that fine?
Not? Yeah, they all get it.
Yeah. I like it. I mean, I think, they all deserve it. So let's just leave it at that. And I don't think there's really anything else to say about that game number 2. Let's go ahead and head to break. What do you say?
Yep, break time. Take a reset.
Conduit Sun. Yeah, they're going to need to find another gear to try to come back into this series. We'll see if they can do so in just a moment. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are about to get underway with our third champion select of the night. Conduit Sun already finding themselves down 0-2 in this series. They're going to need to pull out all the stops to try to come back in this third game. And you know what that means, Storm? They're going to have to take full advantage of Pro Comps. Shout out to them, our sponsor, game changer app for the league community. It's not just like the other tools, guys. It's a personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and for solo players. You can compare it with any other app that you use. With ProComps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice, tailored champion picks, and ban recommendations. Stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds. You can share with your friends. There's a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences. Coaches and analysts can even create personalized tier lists. It's having a virtual coach and a strategy toolkit all in one. The app is already over 280,000 downloads, thousands of daily users. It's user-friendly, and it's totally free. At least give it a try. No reason not to. Download now. You'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your games. Go to procomps.gg, download from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio. Is Procomps going to be enough, Storm? Get Conduit Sun on the board.
Maybe. Maybe
Okay.
they're praying for
I'll take a
divine
maybe.
intervention.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, the gluttons are kind of sinful by nature, right? So maybe,
Yeah.
there is a higher power that wants to intervene.
Right?
Maybe.
I will say, a lot of these really powerful picks for the side of Conduit have been kind of denied due to the banning nature. So if they're able to win this series and keep going in this series, they're going to get those picks. So
True.
that's a way back in. It's not like they played Urgot Jungle like one of their best things and then got dismantled on it. It's just been hit with the ban every single game. Okay, and
Yeah, the
here
first
we're gonna
ban
get,
as well.
Yeah, and we're gonna get the comfort here coming in. This is Domination's by far best ADC. They're Aphelios. Weird to see Silas picked on round 1, but hey, whatever.
Yeah, the Silas is a bit unusual. I mean, that must be a flex for them as well, right? I mean, theoretically, he could be flexed. I mean, we've seen him in 4 roles, honestly, and even not too long ago. So I'm not entirely sure which members of Conduit Sun play the Silas, but you have to imagine he's being flexed between at least a couple of them.
Yeah. And here is kind of one of those worrisome things when you pick Aphelios or any other hyper carry. Twitch is available. I'm a big Twitch enjoyer because I am the firm believer of damage per minute is the only thing that matters for an AD carry. Twitch has R, he does the most damage minute out of everybody. So, love to see that. The submarine combo, it gets locked in of the Ori Twitch. Similar to Rengar. A little bit more dangerous.
Isn't the original submarine combo with no, I'm getting confused with the Nocturne Orianna
Shaco.
combo. That's different.
It's Shaco.
Oh, Shaco.
Shaco Ori is the submarine because you can't see the ball.
Yeah, I mean, you can't see it with Twitch either when he's invisible, right?
Yeah,
Also...
but he has his invisibility is the one that you can see when it's right around you. Camo or whatever
true.
as opposed to
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas the Shaco one you just can't see at all. Like it just hits you and you've been hit by it.
Also, theoretically, you're not necessarily wanting your Twitch to be in the middle of a bunch of people so that you can get a good shockwave. That probably wouldn't end well for Twitch, even with the shockwave coming through, so...
Yeah, generally not something you probably want to happen, but anyway, Ori really like that, has been really good for P. Will say, great for Conduit, they have been able to lock in this Vigar. Definitely been one of the better mid lanes for Protomorph, I would say. Wonder if they're gonna run this weird grass thing that they keep doing, and that we saw last week, and Fimbulwinter build.
We did see a game of Orianna from BKP last week as well. That was game 2 against Original Sin, 6-4-9 on the Orianna. So very big comfort pick for him, like you're just talking about. That was actually the closest game that Gluttony played last week against Original Sin, was that game number 2. And BKP on the Orianna, I think, is probably a big reason why they won, although I didn't actually find the tape to watch. But Talia want to come through on the R4 for Conduit. So that is probably Talia jungle, right? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, I would imagine this Talia jungle. Silas top, unless
That's
we
kind of
are
what I'm
getting
thinking.
unless we're getting really freaky, which it's Conduit.
Maybe.
We might
Yeah, I
be,
mean,
you know.
the
This
backs
could
are against the wall. I mean, if
yeah.
there's a time to get freaky, this is it. So we'll see.
Maybe we
The
don't
Ornn going to be
look.
locked in.
I don't like giving Ornn and Nautilus R to a round 1 Silas. I will say that.
Yeah, I
not-
share your concern.
Yeah. Maybe we pick
But-
Booty or top. That okay. No.
The Ornn, the Udyr top angle actually was kind of there. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I kind of liked that idea, but the Ornn does give you a lot of value for the team fights, right? The ultimate, while Silas is also going to have access to it, is also going to be really nice for Gluttony to try and set these fights up, right? So they were looking at only the Nautilus for engage up until the Ornn they get locked in. Darius, okay. It's Silas support. They're gonna flex the Silas into the bot lane, unless it's Talia support. I mean, it could even be Veigar support, couldn't it? Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
I was about
man.
to say, we have no idea who's going where until we basically load into select, right? Like,
I think we do know that the Darius is going top lane for Capville. Although he could technically also be jungle.
yeah.
But I feel like you locked the Darius into lane against the Ornn, right? Oh, surely.
Yeah. I mean, generally you do that. But it's like one of those things, like, sure, it's a good lane, but it's not like a, oh my god, we just won the game off this type picks. Like, Ornn can sit back and Q farm, right? And do, like, Summoner Spellbook stuff and has, like, options in Darius. Like, the best part of playing Darius is you split the map for, like, team fights. And, Ornn generally just is going to ignore Darius and go to team fights anyway and just say, hey, buddy, you can take that tier 2 tower, we're going to go secure Soul.
Yeah.
Right? So...
Absolutely. I mean, I will say that I'm glad that Capville is on something more aggressive this game. I think putting him on the Zac last game was just not really the way. I think you need him to be putting on pressure in the top lane, and you know he is going to be able to do that.
So this is the Darius, and is this Talia or Silas?
Yeah, we're about to find out.
Guessing
Talia has been locked into the jungle position as of right now. They could still move things around if they want to be really tricky with it, but it is currently looking like a Talia jungle. And I'll keep you informed about, or I guess we can all see, can't we, with the overlay?
We can all see currently
yeah.
with the overlay. But yeah, you will have the final look load in. So, interesting things kind of happening. So, number 1, this Lilia first pick. Don't imagine how Lilia plays this. There's no tank to build stacks up off of. There's a whole bunch of hard CC. There's a whole bunch of zone tools. I don't see how Lilia gets to Prancer. So I think that's really, really good.
For sure.
Yeah. With Sun. They have a lot of answers into that. They have a lot of disengage tools for like when Nautilus and Ornn like go in. My biggest worry for them is if they blow everything, I think Twitch kills their entire team in R.
He is very, very sneaky, the Twitch.
Yeah.
So I could see that happening. And overall, it is just another really scary team fighting composition from XSV.
Yeah.
I mean, we heard in Otter Talk, both sides were kind of identifying like, oh, this game is probably going to be decided in the team fights. And I mean, XSV have been better in the team fights basically all night. So I kind of feels like they're set up to pop off in those fights once again. You know, Conduit Sun, like they can team fight with this draft, but it's definitely a bit weird. They don't really have like a real front line.
Yeah. There's no front line. I don't know what the hell Silas support is doing in this game other than stealing Ornar and like pressing it. Because there ain't no way in hell that guy is living like more than 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that like that was really part of the original plan to have Silas going support. And You know, it really was. It feels to me like an audible from Capphil right towards the end of the draft there, where he's like, I need a harder counter pick into this Ornn. I don't want to take the Silas into the lane against it, despite the fact that it is going to be really good later on in those team fights. I kind of wonder if maybe he could have taken the Silas and they draft
Yeah.
more of like a pure tank and support. Maybe that would have been better. Oh, I don't know. I mean, so can they play aggressively through the bot lane with Aphelios Silas? Like Twitch is like relatively weak in the early game, right?
Yeah, he's pretty bad
they-
levels 1 to 3.
Is there an angle there for Conduit? Because for sure, right, they need to have a much more explosive early game than what we've
Yeah,
seen in games 1 and 2. If they are just like trying to match and like trying to play this macro game against XSV and like play for it's not going to work. They need to blow this game open early. They need to find a way.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, they've been getting blown out in like these early, right? Like these past 2 games, it's been 2 dragons, 3 grubs to XSV both games. Like you cannot have that happen. It doesn't matter what type of like team comps or whatever you're playing. Like that's like disaster mode early game. So this game you have to identify what it is you're fighting for and have a plan and have like the timers thing, right? It's the basics like coaching thing of like every coach brings it up to your team and it's like, oh my god, it's the revelation. 90 seconds before an objective spawns, talk to each other and go, hey, are we fighting for this dragon? And Darius goes, hey, I don't have Flash Ghost. And you go, okay, let's play for a top tier one instead, right? Like, you just have to talk to each other and figure out what your cross map is, if that's what you're doing, or how you're going to approach this fight, who you're going to kill. Like, just talk to each other, figure it out, and have a plan for this early game. You have the tools, right? Darius beats Ornn and has pushed this entire time. Talia is a fast clearer. Protomorph is able to set up these things with Cage into the Talia thing, right? Like, there's all the tools available for Sun this game. I just have absolutely no idea how they're going to blow this game open, because they basically just have to play Chaos style. They have to fight, like, every single time. Like, just over and over and over, and just make sure that, like, at a dragon fight, no one has sums on the enemy team, and just get, like, a big Talia cage into, like, the Talia shove into a Vigar cage or something. They think that's their ticket in.
All right. Well, you said earlier, Storm, that you did go ahead and give Conduit 1 game in your official content prediction earlier on. You know, if we take the nameplates off for this draft, you think there's anything here for the red side? You think they have a chance here in this 3rd game?
If this was my random solo queue game, and I was on the side of blue team, I would be going, oh my god, this game's... But, like, in a comp game, I don't think this red team makes any sense to me. So, I'm fully on the XSV3.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really, really good for them. We're going to go to a short break, guys, see if Conduit Sun can surprise us right after this. All right, everyone. Welcome back onto the Rift for the 3rd, possibly final time tonight. The side of Conduit Sun on red once again, needing to turn things around.
Is this just the elaborate bait?
Okay.
Okay.
They're looking for the 4-man play onto the Nautilus in the mid lane. Avi flashes away back underneath the turret. Will survive. All right. They're fighting early. Will they be able to fight often?
Oh, God. Why?
That's true. It is. I mean, they've got a whole boatload of damage on this team. I don't think we're really too worried about Protomorph not doing enough damage.
Yeah,
should be fine in that regard.
But is 100 health gonna... Okay,
Okay,
Maddie,
we're gonna
why
find some
are-
chains onto Maddie. The Twitch, is he sneaky enough to get away from this one? Not enough CC on the side of Conduit to actually lock down the wrap, so he is going to scamper
Mello?
away. And there's an Ornn getting a ward
Melo's-
down on the red buff, and now Darius is just gonna walk at him. The searing charge for the knockup.
he's got
Discrepancy
five
is here.
stacks.
Flashing
He
forward
kills
is
them.
Catfill. The Ornn is bleeding out. I think Devils is just dead. And now Catfill with a passive run-in now on multiple members, looking to keep this going. The flash away for BKP to stay alive. A stack for Protomorph. And the fight will be disengaged, but there's that early
Catfill.
kill for Catfill. Oh, he's looking for the wraparound. Discrepancy wise to it, gets the ward down behind the blue buff, but still is going to be completely zoned off his own camp. Of course, Catfill losing out on some experience and gold right now as well. He's continuing to chase this Lilia throughout her entire jungle, and Catfill, I think he was a little bit too desperate to find this kill and is going to end up giving one back over, and it's a BKP who picks it up for XSV.
Okay, so that was a little much for Catfill, but at
Just
the
a
same
bit.
time, everything else was awesome. You know, we burned a whole bunch of summoners. We've gotten flash TP out of BKP. Mello has his flash burn. Avi has their flash burn. And you basically didn't lose any summoners other than Catfill losing some of his top lane. So that's really good. Clasper's able to get this quadrant basically stolen away. Took both the Raptors as well as the red buff.
Yeah.
And is able to go like into his own red as well, just like securing that. That's a huge lead that you've developed in the jungle. And Darius should be able to like easily catch back up here, right? And just has to collect a singular
Sure.
wave basically and not die on this push-in. And his game is like also so good, right? So the early game success is here. We just have to be able to translate it and keep it with some.
All right.
Okay, we got the
Yeah.
camera, thank God. I was worried.
Oh, Dredgeline can connect on a domination, gets out the cleanse. Does Avi.
Okay, I don't know about needing to cleanse that, but
I mean, Silas was there.
yeah.
It's not like he was completely alone. Now Clasper finding discrepancy in the river, and the Silas support on the Rome Bullfont takes down the deer. Conduit Sun up 2-1 now in the early game, and they're fighting so much. It's looking good. Clearly
Yeah.
they have the same read that we do. It's like, guys, we're doing nothing in the early game. We need to like change that, and they're changing
Yeah.
it. And that's really good. And now
Oh.
Bullfont flashing forward for the chains, and the shove is there from Clasper. Is that going to be enough to take down Avi? Yes, it will. Feat of warfare for
Maddie.
Conduit Sun. Maddie cannot get the kill back onto the Silas. At least he will be able to escape back underneath the turret. Q not going to land for domination. Conduit Sun, they've opened up a 1,000 gold lead, 4.5 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge gold lead. Everything's going pretty well so far. Ornn's on this awkward point now where they've pushed out early. Catfill. This is going to be a big trade back, but Mello's able to get the W.
Oh, and Mello just taken down there. The Darius passive so strong early on. Not sure why Devils was that far up. The hook is going to be immune by the event horizon of Protomorph. BKP relatively low. Hard for the Oriana. No mana either to follow up on this. And Avi so aggressively looking for that engage. It looks like won't actually be taken down. I feel like Bullfont could have kept chasing a little bit there. His full resources on the Silas right now with a blue buff even. But just wants to help Protomorph reset the wave. Give the
Yeah.
Vagar a much needed base.
Yeah, both supports just trying to be there for their mid laners to get these base resets off. So TP back first. Alright. That's the TP for Protomorph. Are they able to set anything up with this? BKP here without any mana. Very low health.
Okay. They're gonna get the first dragon this game for the first time tonight. Conduit Sun, they're gonna get a neutral objective to complement their early kills. Things are looking good so far.
Yeah. And I really like this purchase from Darius. We've gotten our tier 2 boots early. As the movement speed jungle Darius is showing us, Darius is a juggernaut, so movement speed is the best stat on him.
That is how that works.
Yep. There
He's
is
gonna be able to keep.
Oh.
Ooh, good attempt from Avi. Gonna be counterattacked now by the chains. Level advantage for Boldfont. The Nautilus just got shredded. Silas support. He does damage. I mean, he's got the magic pen boots already. And Avi clearly was just not expecting that amount of damage to come out that quickly. Even flashed as well. And it just did not matter. Oh, now Catfill might be in trouble, though. It does flash away from the watch out Eep. Did, in fact, watch out for the Eep. And now popping the Ghost as well, going back in. A little bit of a hit onto the Lilia underneath the turret now with Maddie trying to flash to outplay that one. Not going to be able to get the outplay. So Clasper finds a kill, but Catfill is going to be taken down up on this top side. I'm not sure why we're still hanging around there in a 1v2 after burning both summoners, but clearly was feeling himself. Does end up getting punished a little bit. Is now going to be able to at least complete the Mercury Treads to try to avoid that happening in the future.
Yeah, had those already actually in that fight, but
I see.
was able to get a second longsword, I believe, on their reset there. But kind of big pickups I want to talk about. Yeah, this boots done at support for Boldfont, giving them that magic pen early. Domination, having that serrated dirk in their inventory that they're going for, that is actually an item on Aphelios.
Oh, the hook is going to land. Oh, but the Silas. Oh, wow. Boldfont was like the sixth sense there. Like, some part of him knew they were waiting in that bush, and he turned away at the last possible moment.
Okay, so we've moved our mid lane for our support up here and everything. And this is the Grubs thing that but is this just a coaching thing that we do every game now? We figured this out?
I mean, look what Discrepancy is doing. The Lilia is pathing away from this, so it doesn't really seem like XSV want to put a high prio on the Grubs. Another hook for Avi in the mid lane. The Event Horizon is there, and the Nautilus is just going to die again, surely.
Yeah.
The shove is there, and Clasper just takes the free kill. Avi just continuing to look for these engages, but I think that is not the right call. I mean, against this Conduit Sun drought, all they want to do is skirmish and scrap early. And the Nautilus is just like giving them these fights.
Yeah, all you have to do is just not fight. And you eventually will win, right? So, this is the thing.
I mean, if they... Domination flashing in on top of BK to beat a Moonlight Vigil. Domination! True to his name, absolutely dominates BKP in the side lane. Now the Weaver's Wall. Mellow Devils with a headbutt, trying to get back towards the turret. The Bellows Breath, beautiful there from the Ornn to immune the shove. Will keep himself alive. Maddie as well, sidestep on the Dark Matter. And Protomorph, not quite enough damage. Now the spray and pray coming out from the Twitch. Not enough damage yet from Maddie either.
Yep. Okay. Everything is going Conduit Sun's way. 8 kills in 9 minutes. You got the kills on the right people. Everybody's...
Exactly like we drew it up.
Yeah. Violent intervention is here, and it is the fight early. Okay.
Or see if they're going to be able to keep up the fighting often part of that.
Yeah.
As we do have a dragon now in less than a minute. That's going to be coming up. You see Clasper finishing off the red buff, going for a reset. Catfill considering a reset, but then Mellow Devils walked up to cancel it. Very rudely.
Yeah.
Now the Call of the Forge God's going to come out, but this Darius is, I mean, he's pretty far back. The knockup is there, but this is a Nautilus and an Ornn. They do actually have the damage. The Ignite is going to be enough to get that kill onto the captain. So, respawn on Darius about 10 seconds before the dragon. He's going to be pretty hard pressed to make it over to that fight, if that is indeed the plan.
I mean, I think we're just trading some plates. Damage top lane for this dragon, I guess. Because, I mean, there's no way you're fighting this dragon. Like, at all.
I guess it would be just a bad idea for...
Yeah.
Yeah, they need their items. Nobody on the side of XSV has an item yet.
Yeah.
And yeah, as we've seen, fighting this composition on the side of Conduit Sun early is just not going to work out for them. So Yeah, I think you're right. I think they do just have to give this dragon. See what soul it is going to be this game. We had a Chemtech, and then I believe it was a Cloud?
Yep, Cloud Dragon last game. That Vladimir with Cloud Dragon.
Oh,
killing everyone.
yes. That's
But
right.
do you want to point out, this is 2 dragons. Not the full set of grubs. XSV somehow did get one of them.
Still, I mean, it's
yeah, it's
literally
pretty-
infinitely better than what they were getting before.
Yeah, it's pretty much the complete opposite, right? They're pretty much at domination level in this early game. They've got these feats as well, which is like another way of just like snowballing it. So,
Yeah. Another Cloud Soul for us, it looks like.
yeah, again, really big. Everybody really likes that.
Everybody liked that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's possible to put memes in Twitch chat, but you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So at what point, Storm, can we say that XSV are willing to take a fight? You know, they're down. It's not that bad yet. They're only down about 2,000. Yeah. Like, what are we looking at for, like, timeline as far as being able to take these team fights for the... Well, we'll get back to that in just a second. Clasper coming in with the Weaver's Wall. Devils with the headbutt once again. Try to get away. Has the flash this time. Get away from that seismic shove, but ghosting underneath the turret, and Catfill brings down the X. That's going to be the end of the Ornn. Now Discrepancy, trying to put Darius to sleep, but it might be the Deer who's taking a little bit of a nap. The flash away to stay alive for now. Swirl Seed not going to land. The bleed, the knockup is there. The Lilia trying to prance to anywhere, but there. Meanwhile, in mid lane, there's a crazy fight happening as well. Eventually, Bullfont will take down the Lilia. Avi desperately trying to trade back onto Catfill, and the Nautilus will take down the enemy top laner before getting taken down himself by the bleed. I guess nobody ended up going down in that mid lane, so it's just Conduit's Son winning out once again. 3 for 1 actually there in the top side.
Yeah, and I think Clasper's gonna see this and get it because of that ward. They get this
dead.
kill.
Wow. A little bit of a greedy recall there for the Orianna, and Clasper there with the punish.
Anyway, so when do they fight? Looking like never at this current point, but that's not the answer we want or need. So I'm pretty sure the answer is when your Twitch has his second item, when you actually just want to hit the go button.
Okay.
Hopefully the rest of your team at that point has some items. Okay, Melo's dead here.
Super dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Forge God is not going to save you. As previously discussed, they are gluttons. They're sinners. And the gods don't like that generally. Discrepancy now is here again. I mean, we're looking to maybe... I mean, he doesn't even have ult. I'm not sure what we're looking for, to be honest.
Maybe we're looking for Boldfont on Silas to come. Okay.
Dredge line and Maddie in the area, but not quite close enough to sneak up on domination there.
Yeah, I mean, as much as you want this, you want to try and get like a kill maybe. Get the shutdown on your Twitch on the Velios who's shut down. I feel like that's what we gotta be doing, is trying to get Avi with ult and this ignite to get a shutdown on someone. Caught on a rotation or something. If we're XSV, that's what we're looking for. I think if you're the side of Conduit, what you're looking for is to keep domination safe and to just keep Boldfont on these roams to just overpower the map wherever you're fighting. Because we can see this. Boldfont's building real items. This isn't a support or whatever. It's like, no, I'm just happen to be loaded into the support position. This is why I was saying if this was a solo queue game, I'd go, I'm losing some random Indian kid who's going, I'm tired of playing in Masters. I'm gonna join in world game and
Boldfont. Oh, there he goes. He's looking for the play on a BKP. It's taking a while, but eventually they do get that bit of damage out. And of course, it's the Masters auto-filled player on the Silas getting the last hit. Protomorph able to secure one as well there onto the Nautilus. 2 more for Conduit. Looking to continue snowballing this game. 45 seconds on their soul point as well. Maddie is nowhere near that second item, not even a little bit close. And I mean, this is looking like we're going to a game 4.
Yeah, this one pretty much looks over. I mean, there's the potential to end this, but there's not a lot. I'm pretty sure we're about to see the bounties of shame come up here. Like, I don't see a lot of ways into this one. Unless Maddie is able to get a... Okay.
We're going to put Talia to sleep. Dredgeline is there for the
Oh,
follow-up.
Okay,
the
we got
Lilia
the
just got
shutdown.
absolutely one shot. Now Domination is looking to pop off on this Aphelios. Bullfont can't find the chains this time. And
Okay,
maybe
that's a
XSV are
shutdown for
actually going to be able
Twitch.
to get away. Oh, yeah,
That's
they
a
did
one
get
for
that.
one.
Okay. There's both
I like
junglers
that.
taken down as well. So, the side of Conduit are not feeling confident to go straight towards that dragon, despite still being in a great spot overall.
Yeah.
So, XSV, they're slowing the game down a little bit.
Okay. So, it's just, for me, it's all eyes on Matt, right? They are the one in this game who's actually able to just, like... They're the one that's like the one slim hope, right? Is if Twitch gets 2 autos and he has a fight where he's able to kill some more people and just starts picking up. That's how I think you're in this, but I think Capphil is head enough, has the ability to just hit Ghost and Flash and run at him and kill him anytime. So there is a trade happening though. This is second dragon for Herald. So we are getting something for the side of XSV.
Definitely feels like the right call from them here as well, right? And they were lucky enough to come away with the 1-for-1 in that last fight, but Maddie still not towards that second item, so you know, opting in for the team fight again, probably not the right move. And they are actually going to be able to get this top tier 1 as well, although Domination just about does beat them out for the first turret down there in the bottom side. Didn't really matter because Conduit's son, of course, already had the feats of strength, but...
Yeah. I think first brick's worth an extra little bit of gold.
I thought they removed, or no, I think, yeah. Is it still worth extra gold?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think
you might be
it's a very negligible amount. 100 gold or something.
Okay. They removed gold from somewhere. Was it like First Blood or something?
Yeah,
Doesn't
First
give
Blood.
extra...
First Blood's 300 instead of 400.
That's right. Yeah, makes sense. First brick still worth a little bit more. And that going into the Aphelios' pockets, obviously, is something that Conduit Sun are quite happy about. Although, Domination also not really too close to that second item just yet. You know, does have another component in base here. Does have the BF sword, so he's approaching the 2-item spike.
Yeah.
About on pace with Maddie.
But it's just like these small wins, like even, you know, getting this Scuttle Crab from Side of Discrepancy. Is a Scuttle Crab main Scuttle Crab. It has dodged 3 Lily abilities so far.
That is a Scuttle Crab main for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lilia is actually one of those champions that's like especially vulnerable to getting outplayed by Scuttle Crab.
Here's the thing. This is Alt and Maddie's here, right?
The Forge God is not going to commune with the Ornn, but the Twitch does have some nefarious plans. Going to open up on the Darius, who does flash away immediately. Did not want that at all. Did Capphil. Saw the rat, and he was like, no, thank you. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I think if you're Maddie, you're really happy with that. That means next fight you don't have this guy ghost flashing at you. Are we looking for domination here?
Okay, the charge not going to get the knock-up onto the Aphelios. The Seismic Shove, though, will also miss. The Apprehend is there for Capphil. Has the potential to go sleepy, but this Ornn is just going to get immediately taken down. Killing spree for the Conduit top laner. And they do have a man advantage on the map now. The new guy is there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they do have a really big lead. But still not feeling confident enough to actually look towards new guy.
Right. I mean, I think this tier 1 tower here is a much bigger... Oh,
goodbye,
okay.
Twitch.
That's the combo we were talking.
Just got trapped in the event horizon. Yeah, and Clasper just hit him with the shove, and that was that. Nice setup there from Conduit. Now the depth charge, the stolen depth charge on a discrepancy. Lilia is quite fast, though. It's going to be able to get away from that one. Now the real dredge line onto Protomorph, who does go to sleep. Domination, though, covering very nicely for the mid laner. Shockwave, though, onto the Aphelios. That's a shutdown that does tragically go to Avi on the Nautilus. But they are looking to take down Protomorph here as well, and that shutdown does go to BKP, who does then immediately die to the Primordial Burst. But a trade is something that XSV will take when you're this far down. Call the Forge God there on a Clasper, who does have to flash away. Will survive.
Okay, it's not the cleanest set of plays, but it's plays that are winning. It means that the enemy team is going to have these available for this next dragon, which is coming up in just a minute. Like, Twitch isn't at his second item yet. Discrepancy's not, like, okay, goodbye. Get dumped on.
Goodbye. Capville just finding the deer in the river. Yep. Hunting season, I guess, for Darius. Yeah, he does even have, like, the hunter skin, doesn't he? Like a Woadsman Darius or something? I forget the name of it. But...
Yeah, the like Scottish resistance one.
Is it more of like a like a warrior kind of vibe? I always thought he was kind of like a wilderness Darius or something. As Avi gonna get pulled in by a Darius of some description. And Talia is going to put down the Weaver's Wall, cuts off the escape path back towards the mid lane, and Capville is here. It's hunting season once again, and Avi is the prey. Gonna bleed out as Boltont flashed there for some reason. Send a message, I guess. Cloud Soul.
He really wanted that kill.
I guess that was the situation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was not able to steal it away from Capville. And now looks like Cloud Soul is going to go over XSV. No real way to get in towards this river. And it does feel like that is probably the nail in the coffin. Conduit Sun, I think, have everything that they need to look towards that game number 4.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, it hasn't been as clean as it should have been in these last couple of minutes, but it's a clean win. So you just got to get this new guy down. You kill this tower top lane. Probably kill this Ornn unless... yeah, there we go. Silas doesn't recall. Well, we're driving.
We're going for a little bit of a cruise. Is Devils. And is going to be able to avoid the speed trap. And move towards the mid lane. Joins up with the rest of the team. Rest of the crew.
Shane?
Looking for it here off the mid-tier 1. Demolish Brock as well from the Ornn, but it was just a little bit too healthy. But Capville not going to find the Apprehend. Oh, the Forge God coming out now from Devils with the Event Horizon. Catches the Lilia and Moonlight Vigil as well. There's the first damage. There's the execution from the captain. Mellow Devils going to get to the Blast Cone. He does. The Ornn barely managed to survive. And there's the Shane bounty. BKP picks it up. Is he going to be able to escape now from the Hunter? Of course, I mean the Darius.
Yeah.
He's going for the sneaky teleport in the bush, and the Apprehend is there to cancel the escape attempt. BKP with the Shockwave, and the Darius is just too fast with the Cloud, so Capville cuts him down. Meanwhile, new guy being taken on the other side of the map. No jungler alive for XSV. Mellow Devil still teleporting into the play, desperate to find something. Almost found Bold Font, but the Silas is just a little bit too slippery. Dashes away from the lumbering Ornn. Yep. New guy Ben taken now. Conduit Sun, another successful sequence.
Yep, and Twitch passive showing its usefulness there as it unable to kill a guy at like 2 HP or like, you know, 20 HP as it ticks for almost no damage, countered by Silas's actual regen. Probably one of the only times where you would have seen a collector actually get a kill that it normally.
Well, discrepancy, the Blast Cone. Oh no, Darius also got the Blast Cone. And now we're both gonna flash, and the Lilia's still going to die. And that's another pick onto the jungler with Baron alive.
Yep, that should be Baron. BKP is bot lane as well. No teleport on them. That's a free Baron. Aphelios has a white gun.
The most free.
Yep.
Doesn't get any freer than this, ladies and gentlemen. And they're looking for possibly a free Ornn as well. Mellow Devils, he's trying to cost as much as possible, but the evaluation is just not going to be in his favor. That is going to be number 3 for Protomorph as the Baron falls. And about 6,500 now is the gold lead. And I think Conduit Sun probably could close out with this Baron buff. What do you reckon?
I think they could. I don't think they will. I think this Baron buff's going to be much more get both all these outer turrets and set you up to take this Elder. I don't think they're going to look to end unless they get some random fight. But
yeah, I mean, they are up against a match point, so
Yeah.
playing the more cautious line, I think, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And it is quite early on in the game as well. You know, the death timers aren't really that long just yet. Let's see what they can get with the Baron. We've got Capphil split off towards the bottom side right now. Looking to pressure this bot tier 2. And Devil's trying to be as annoying as possible, but Capphil just does not care about the Ornn at all. Easily secures the turret. Another wave coming in the mid lane. A lot more defense in position here. Another event rise, no connecting onto Avi. The support item doing a lot of work for the Nautilus there. Can't find the dredge line. No, call the Forge God coming out. Domination flashes away from that one. Now the flash forward and the depth charge straight on top of the Aphelios, and they do manage to take him down. And now the Silas is going to get put to sleep, and that is a big shutdown over for Discrepancies. Lilia, now Protomorph has to flash away to stay alive. Rossi not going to land. The Darius is ending the game, guys. He is taking the inhibitor, and there are no bases coming out just yet from XSV. Capphil, though, is going to peel away. The respawn has come through for BKP, or maybe it was a reset, actually. I guess it was just a base there for the Orianna. But now, we are going to be taking down the Nautilus. He is going to be back about 25 seconds before the Elder spawn.
So, sorry, Avi, I cast or cursed you. I said, hey, you haven't died more than 5 times the entire season. My bad on that, bro.
That was your fault, wasn't it? I do remember you saying that.
Yep. Mind control full in effect, caster cursed, heebie-jeebies. Ooh.
Well, you just got to be a little bit more careful, Storm, but it's all right. XSV, they're still in a good spot overall, obviously, in the series. So, even with the excessive number of deaths for Avi in this game, I'm sure, you know, that was probably the full impact of your curse. You know, I doubt it's going to continue into the next game. Probably not. I think it should be fine. Let's steal away the red buff right now. Discrepancy, desperately trying to secure it, will not be allowed to do so. Elder now arriving imminently, and so much control for Conduit. They are given a little bit of space. They're going to go for the Elder start directly on spawn. And there are a lot of members of XSV here. Look at Capphil's position on the flank angle. Oh, he's looking for the Twitch, and he's got right on top of Maddie, who does flash away. Now, actually, they're collapsing onto the Darius. Capphil knocked up by the depth charge. The dredge line is there as well. They're looking to burst down this Darius, but there's so much damage from the Aphelios. Call the Forge God does come out, but the Twitch was not kept alive. Although the XSV Gluttons, they are kind of doing a lot in this fight. It's actually only Protomorph left on the Vagars. Everybody kind of just exploded there. And that's going to be BKP completing the ace. Oh, never mind. The Discrepancy completing the ace, I should say, on the Lilia. But XSV, against all odds, they have won the team fight. They can't get the Elder with just Discrepancy. I got a little bit dizzy in that fight. Storm, you seem to be muted at the moment. I'm not sure if that's intentional or not, but I'll just keep trucking. We do have earlier respawns for most of the XSV members. See if they're going to be able to get back to this bot side river in a relatively timely manner. You know, we do have over 3 items done now for Maddie, including that upgraded Infinity Edge from the Ornn. And Orianna now is quite strong in this game as well. Teleport coming down from BKP. It's going to be right on top of Capphil, and BKP doesn't have flash. Immediately gets pulled in, but the Nautilus is there to try to peel a burst down. Bold Font Capphil is trying to get the damage done, but has to try to kite back in this fight. Another dredge line coming out from Avi. Capphil does execute the Nautilus, but then does get taken down himself. 4v3 right now for the Gluttons as they look to desperately try and turn this game around. It looks like it was probably going to be a sure thing for Conduit Sun. They do still have the Cloud Soul, and they still have a lot of damage represented with these 3 members that are still alive. But XSV Gluttony feel pressured. They feel pinned in. They must look for the Elder take. BKP getting run down by Domination. Nobody peeled for the Orianna. Discrepancy does get the Elder, but it's not going to be, oh, maybe it will be enough actually to win them. The team fight, Glasper goes gold, but this Realstein connects, and that's going to be the kill onto the Talia. Domination, the only one left. Boldfont on the respawn is there, but they've lost out on the Elder Dragon, and now Baron is spawning in 10 seconds. Storm, are you seeing this?
I just came back. What the hell? How did they win that fight?
There was like a fight in the bottom side jungle around the red buff where like Catfill was trying to get the collapse onto Maddie, but like then XSV collapsed onto Capville, and it was like super chaotic, and everybody's health bars were just exploding. And long story short, Storm, XSV Gluttony have scaled into this late game, and now their carries are really strong, and they're taking it to Conduit Sun against the Cloud Soul.
Okay, so I mean, this is big news. I mean, you have the Ornn late game of this, right? Your Orianna has their blast. The upgraded penetration. Maddie has this to the edge upgraded. Like, Twitch is fully online. He's 16. He's got the tools to win every single fight. And now you have this Elder. I believe it's just on Lilia and Ornn, right?
Does Ornn have it? You might be right. Baron looks like it's just going to be taken. I mean, Clasper doesn't have flash. No way to get into the pit. That was very close, but the smite is good from Discrepancy. And now Baron on 3 minutes. XSV, what can they get?
You just get time, right? Like, it doesn't even matter if you get more than 1 turret or 2 turrets with this. It's just more and more time. Oh my god, it's a Vigilant Ward Stone after I pointed it out to Abby. Sorry. The support item. Yeah.
Alright. Let's see if the vision's going to be the difference. Boldfont flashing in there looking for Discrepancy. They almost completely murder him immediately. Oh yeah, the Twitch is so big.
Oh no, he's gonna die.
Into melee range of the Darius. Oh, that was so close. But in the end, the Gluttons will take down Capville once again. 4v3 on the map. Baron still on for 2 more minutes. Whoa, what a game. I mean, Conduit Sun, they were so close to getting us to that game number 4. And I mean, you mentioned it earlier as well. If they can get to that game number 4, there'll be fewer bans for XSV. You know, some more of these pocket picks for Conduit are going to be starting to sneak through the draft. This feels like it could be the critical moment for this entire series, the end of this game right here.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much on the line right? This is do or die moment. If the whole goal was, you know, we can play with these guys in late game and we can hang, we can get there. You guys got 34 kills in 34 minutes. You head to late game. You're here now. Oh. Now it's time to show us the macro off, right? Okay.
Right.
You have 2 key carries of your own. Protomorph has, I would assume, an absurd amount of AP right now as Viger. What, like 900 or something like that? Probably.
Over 1,000.
Yeah. Okay. Right. That makes sense. They are Vigar.
1,010.
Yeah. Okay. 2 minutes on Elder spawning. This inhib that's down here. Okay. This is Twitch gaming at its finest.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Okay, we're going in.
Avi is going to go into an event horizon. The Nautilus is probably just that he does get out the depth charge. But now Silas has gone very deep, and it's a trade of the supports.
Look at
Capville in a really kind of an awkward spot there off on the side. Discrepancy has been a little bit left to the Wolves. Going to get a sleep down only onto 1. The shockwave, though, 1-shots the Talia. Capville still kind of running interference. It looks like he's actually running away, though, from the Ornn. And it's just Domination and Protomorph here on the other side of the fight. No objectives are up right now, but the Gluttons have consistently been winning out in these fights. So, like the last 3 or 4 team fights have all gone to XSV.
Oh,
Maddie,
God, Protomorph.
they're looking for Protomorph. Oh, he was hiding, but Protomorph backs away in time. The Event Horizon comes down, and not going to find too much with that one. Baron has fallen off. They don't need it to take this tier 2. Just explodes. There's enough members of XSV there to focus it down easily. Capville, it's starting to feel like desperation hours for Conduit. It's feeling like they can't win the team fights anymore, and they're gonna have to start using guerrilla tactics to try to close out this game.
Yeah, this is kind of that Darius weakness, right? When you go this movement speed build, is you don't have damage to 3-shot people. You know, you can get on top of this Twitch and stuff like that, but you have to be able to stack the Mellow Devils and then threaten Maddie on Twitch. That's the whole game, right? Right there is kill Twitch, and this game's over. Conduit wins. But how do they keep domination alive, right? Bold Font at this point, I'm pretty much just needs to get the Zonias done, and I'm at the point where I'm telling him to sell items to build Zonia, because like he's not doing anything anymore.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
well,
Twitch.
Elder alive.
Yeah. Are they able? They have a wave. Oh my god, they're throwing the game again. It's game 1 mint. It's game 1 mint. It's happening again.
Oh my god, it could be happening again. Oh, it's mid-control for XSV Gluttony. They're going to take the inhibitor, but the collapse comes through for Conduit. Avi trying to front line, trying to create the space for the team. The fourth guy comes out, finds some knockups, comes through. Capville, Maddie is going to go golden. The Twitch is still alive for now. He's still spraying. He's still praying he will eventually drop a domination. It's still alive for Conduit. Event Horizon gets the stun. Discrepancy maybe could still get it done, but the Moonlight Vigil connects from the Aphelios, and now Lilia and Ornn are both down solo. The Squirrel Seed dashed away from by the Aphelios, and now Mellow Devils has to flash away from Capville. Finally, it is Conduit's son. They get another team fight win, but low health bars on both sides. 3v2 on the map. Is that enough to get them an Elder? Oh, this game storm.
Yeah, Twitch also did the Zonia's tech that fight. They bought the Seeker's Arm Guard to give themselves time by it, and now Maddie doesn't have that available to him. His flash is down, his barrier's down. This is risky business now for Twitch. I don't know how he's able to live through the fight. Domination now at least has this cleanse.
Look at Mellow Devil's health bar on this Ornn. I mean, if him and Avi can control the space, maybe Maddie could still find an angle, but this Elder is just getting absolutely shredded. Discrepancy trying to brute force into the river, but the Elder is gone. Talia locks it down, and now Avi flashed away. He's probably going to die to the Elder laser. There it is. And now Mellow Devils, I don't think, has any way out of this one. They're just going to run down the Ornn, and that is going to be Exodia for Conduit's son. Soul, Elder, and Baron, but Exodia doesn't matter if you lose the Nexus, guys, and XSV have another wave in mid, but Capville, recognizing it, goes back to base to defend the Nexus turrets. The Baron will be one-shot by Conduit. Discrepancy, looking to possibly get some exit kills, flashing forward and just dies to the Elder. Maybe wanted to try to buy time for a backdoor or something, but that was really desperate. Maddie is going to find Protomorph. They take down the Vagar at the very least. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I mean, it is a long death timer, but Protomorph does have the TP.
Yeah, and especially it's really bad because Maddie used Spray and Pray to get that. He used ult, so he won't have it for this next fight, probably. I guess it is coming up in 5 seconds.
1 minute. 1 minute on that cooldown for the Twitch ultimate, yeah. I don't know why. I do feel like the timer on the spectator there is a little bit faster than what it actually is.
Okay. I was about to say that thing is cooking, so maybe he would have it, but no. Okay. Sounds
it's
great.
probably like 45 seconds now.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's gonna be a 4-man play from Conduit's son in the mid lane. Protomorph respawning in 10 seconds. Just need to buy a little bit more time. Bide their time a little bit longer. cannon minion is going to finish off the inhibitor turret. The inhibitor now exposed. Conduit Sun not willing to split up. Not willing this time to play on multiple lanes. Protomorph teleporting into the top lane. As I say it, they might be looking to do just that. Or maybe it's just going to be the full rotation into the top lane. I like that.
I hate this. You guys have Elder Baron. You need to fight. Like, what are you... What,
They're
do you
scared
think
of getting
you get
picked off.
stronger at this point?
They're just going to try to brute force through the top side.
Yeah, okay.
See if they can do it. The Elder, I don't think they have for too much longer. Weaver's Wall just kind of cut off the Lilia. And they're going to be able to secure that top lane inhibitor with ease. Mid lane inhibitor, of course, as we noticed before, also exposed. And they really, I think, do need to take this mid inhibitor as well, at the very least. Oh, but that's a big sleep onto 3 from Discrepancy. Watch Maddie as well opening up on the Twitch. Goldfont going gold for a moment. Catfill is looking to take everybody down. Maddie has been taken down already in this fight. Catfill looking to get these passive attacks running. Still, hook comes out from Avi, but that's going to be the kill onto the Lilia. Catfill almost taken down. BKB is still pretty healthy on this Orianna. Does manage to take down the Darius. The knockup comes through from the Ornn. Protomorph trying to come back with domination on the Aphelios. The Orianna goes golden to allow her to live. And the Aphelios can't survive. Will be taken down. It's now only Protomorph left. Exodia Storm. It was not enough. How was it not enough?
Bro, and you guys killed Twitch immediately as the fight started with Vigar. You can pretty much just press R and he kills him. Dude, what do? You just have to get Vigar to win this game now, right? It's Vigar has enough AP to one-shot anyone by basic, like, what is this, 1300, 1400 AP?
He would probably destroy those Nexus turrets with, like, 2 auto attacks.
Yeah, look at his W cooldown. Because it scales off the amount of AP you have. It's 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
it's
it's just
Protomorph versus Maddie, right? Because Domination
Yeah.
basically can't... He doesn't have the front line to actually play in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, you called it out all the way back in the draft,
Yeah.
right? It's a tough game to play.
Yeah. So, we just gotta find it. I mean, Ori's also, like, absolutely monstrously big. Like, everyone's 6 items, right? Silas now has his Zonias, so, like, he can be a pseudo frontline for, like, those couple of seconds and be useful. I like that from Boldfont, having that finish now. And now it's just, like, can Discrepancy, like, get his stacks up to be, like, useful in these fights? Because he can't play unless he's, like, zooming, right? We've seen it that he's just playing on the edge. And now it's on Capfill like this to just play on the side and get people to come in.
But it's like, who do you stack on as Lilia? Like, you can't, like, you walk up to anybody and you're in danger of just being one-shot immediately.
You stack on waves like he is, because, like, look at this top lane wave. You have to answer that, so now Capfill...
Oh, Capfill not going to find the apprehend. The team breaks out once again in the river. Maddie's position, not ideal. The stolen sleep does come out. The Moonlight Vigil not going to land, but Twitch is still alive. The Nautilus again. Oh, the Dark Matter just blows away Maddie. It is Protomorph who comes out on top in that battle. BKP trying to run. Looks like the Orianna will be taking down. The Nexus turret is already being sieged by the super minions, and it's only Orianna and Ornn to try to hold against 4 members of Conduit's Sun.
Yeah.
Only 1 Nexus turret in their way between Conduit and the game number 4. They don't have a minion wave. I agree with you. They should just walk at the Nexus turret.
It's right there. You just get that one.
They're gonna get the minion wave storm. It's okay. There's still 25 seconds on Maddie. They should have time. They got a wave in mid as well. BKB is trying to clear out these minions. There's no Baron, obviously, for Conduit Sun, so the minions do die very quickly to this Orianna. But Catfill does manage to get in there, just hit the tower. They take down the Nexus turret, they take down the Ornn, and they will take down the Nexus Conduit Sun. At long last, it took them 45 minutes, but they will bring us to game number 4.
Okay, they won. They did it. Woo!
Your prediction is looking good, Storm. I gotta say, you called the 1-game win for Conduit. The real question
Oh
is,
my god,
can they
the
keep
throw.
it going?
Ugh.
Wow, that is a gold graph.
Yeah. Quickly player of the game and then get into the next
Yeah.
draft. We don't.
Yeah, I guess is it just Protomorph for being Vagar in the late game? Or is it Bold Font for going crazy earlier in the game?
Yeah, I think it's Bold Font for going crazy early game, I guess. I mean,
I guess. I mean, the early game lead didn't really end up mattering at all. But I mean, I guess it got them the Cloud Soul. That was
and
kind
he
of
did,
important.
and he did get that last pick at the end.
That's
right?
true. That's true. You know, he was utilizing the draft resources there. It's all right.
Yeah.
Let's just give it to him. Bold Font
Yeah.
pulling out the Silas support. That's worth a POG in my book. Into the break, guys, and then into the draft for game number 4. All right, folks, we are moments away from beginning our Game 4 drafting phase. Gluttony, as the losers of game number 3, are going to reclaim the red side Storm, which does feel like a very big boon in this series.
Yeah, I mean, these counter picks have been really huge so far. Worth mentioning now to everyone, we are in Game 4 of Fearless. That means the drafts come be these first 3 bans for both teams. Caddy for putting those lines there so bans won't happen.
That's right.
Could tell the teams that they want to that they could ban champions who've already picked or something. They must pro draft.
Yeah, something
Skip
about
things.
stats not being messed up, I think, has been the verdict from Bully on that in the past.
Okay. We're not
That maybe
updating
only
stats, though.
applies to like either the pro draft or the in-client draft. I'm not
Yeah.
exactly sure where the stats are actually taken from.
It's the
But,
client draft, so I think in pro draft.
Okay.
Yep. But interesting to see. So like Conduit Sun goes, okay, BKP has been the problem this series. Here's 3 mid lane bans. These are the only times we're getting them. Want them playing Gluttony, just continuing to go with these bans of things that they've basically banned all series, right? The Sturgot that they banned every single game 1 first ban. Ivern has been there like they've banned a lot, or you know.
They do not want to deal with that Ivern or the Urgot, yeah.
And now we're starting to get into the point of like, oh, the enemy picked him. Well, obviously we picked Lilia. Can't do that. Picked Lilia last. So Skarner coming through for the scrum.
Yeah, the Skarner has definitely seen better days. You know, it's a pick that a lot of people have sort of, you know, given up on, I guess you could say. You don't really see it in pro very much. You know, once in a while, somebody will still bring it out. It definitely does still give you you can get really tanky on the Skarner, right? And the potential with the ultimate is definitely there. But I do think it's not quite as reliable as a lot of other tanks like the Amumu, for example.
Yeah.
So...
And this Ziggs pick right now on 2 to me is crazy. I know like a whole bunch of mids have been banned and stuff, but like, isn't there like, if you're taking a mid laner here, right, or something, don't you just pick Ahri?
I mean, the Ziggs could be a flex. Maybe they're flexing between mid and bot.
I guess, but like, after watching Maddie, do you really think this man is wanting to be on Ziggs duty?
Probably not.
Yeah.
I will say that the Ziggs does also pair pretty well with the Skarner. You know, you hold people in place and then you drop a big old bomb on them.
Yeah.
Could be good. All right, Jinx and Malzahar are going to come through in the carry positions for Conduit. Of course, Malzahar was the Game 5 winning pick for Protomorph last week against the Crash Outs. That earned him the POG from us. Ooh, could be the lore battle, the arcane matchup in the bot lane, potentially.
I don't like Caitlyn, but I hate that champion more. Go back to Caitlyn. Back to Caitlyn. Okay. Gonna go with the Kai'Sa.
Interesting. So, ooh, yeah, I'm a little bit confused about the strategy here for the Gluttons, honestly. They have, like, dive with the Kai'Sa. They've got, like, team fight with the Skarner, and they've got poke with the Ziggs. I feel like they have a little bit of everything right now.
Yeah. So, here's what I'm wondering about. Wouldn't Ziggs be really good into Malzahar? Because all Malzahar wants to do is push, and Ziggs, you push faster, right? So that
and outrange the Malzahar.
And you outrange him, and you get to like insta clear the Voidlings stuff, right?
Yeah.
So
that does sound tough.
Yeah, and I'm just looking it up. Like, there's not very many. Well, there just might not be very many. It looks pretty Ziggs' favorite, but there's only like 2 or 3 games that I'm getting. So.
Yeah, I mean, Ziggs mid, honestly, not a very popular pick these days, just in
Yeah.
general.
Anyway, I feel like you have to try and match Jinx with other type of like hyper carry, right? You let Jinx free farm this. So I guess like Isa's the one that's like left. Like Twitch is gone, Sivir's gone, Trist is gone. Those are
Yeah, I mean,
generally
you
the
could have
things that
gone
fit in.
like, there's like Zeri and Smolder are both still up. I know we are
Yeah.
not Smolder enjoyers, but
Yeah.
I mean, if you're
and-
looking for a scaling team fight 80 carry,
Yeah, I guess the big one to me is like Vayne available.
Vayne. Okay. I mean, that would be really hype if they
Yeah.
wanted to bust out the Vayne, but I mean, maybe Capville plays it top lane. You never know.
Yeah.
But obviously that wouldn't help Gluttony. Well, maybe it would help Gluttony. Hard to say for sure. So the second ban phase obviously is not going to happen because we are
Right.
in the fourth game of Fearless. Our 4 pick going to be the Alistar, which I'm honestly kind of surprised that that's still available, but that is a pretty nice pairing alongside the Kaisa, and
Yeah.
it's
really
starting to
good
look a little bit
against the
more
Mundo.
team fight for XSV. They've got
Yeah.
really nice engage and frontline now. Yeah, if that was like a hyper carry EDC, then I think their like draft would be looking absolutely phenomenal. But as it stands, certainly not bad. There's the Tom Ken. She's going to come out for Bullfont, try to keep this Jinx safe.
Yeah. I don't know what you pick here if you're Capville. Because you need to pick some sort of team fighter of some description. There's no way that this draft is
teased-
going. Oh my god, it's
That was the
Heimerdinger.
Donger. Okay, he's going to bring back out
Okay.
the Donger.
Here's the random mage top laner coming in. Like, something completely stupid that's just gonna kill fucking Heimer far away. We're gonna see, like, Lux or
Oh god, Lux top?
just,
I don't
like...
know if I can get behind that.
It's weird, though, because all, like, the control mages are banned. Okay, there's Rise, sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
that seems pretty decent.
yeah.
Okay. I mean, you can't really do anything against Heimerdinger early, but I think you probably outscale him, right?
Yeah, I feel like you probably just, like,
Rise?
3-shot turrets by, like, spamming the spread thing, right? Doesn't that, like, do a whole bunch of damage to them and stuff?
I mean, if they're close enough together, yeah.
Yeah. And generally you build in the Illuminati triangle. You gotta get teams crossing.
Yeah. I do think it's going to be possible, though, for Capville to position the points of the triangle far enough away from each other where the bounces from the Rise E are not actually going to come through.
Yeah.
But we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah. I guess one of the other things, Kennen was...
Oh,
right?
that's true. Yeah, Kennen could have been decent as well. You're not going to have that same side lane threat later on in the game that you get with the Rise necessarily.
Yeah,
Keep
but
going
like
for
you
Kennen.
just one-shot him, don't you? Just on repeat, like over and over and
Yes,
over and again, and you just like throw Q at the turrets, and you like
I
from
mean-
like a million miles away.
Yeah.
I think that would have been the
Um,
play if we were looking for like an actual top lane champion. Random mid lane garbage that I'm talking.
Hey, come on. Rise he's almost a top lane champ. I mean, Keen plays
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. But that's
it
what
counts.
yeah, Rise is a top lane champion kind of thing, right? But I was more like,
Yeah.
but if I'm talking about like the mid lane mages that are Heimerdinger instead, because like I feel like if you were doing like a should have kind of it was like picked like Zareth or something, right? Twisted Fate.
I mean,
Just-
Capville was he did type in the client chat after the Rise lock-in, a game recognized game.
Yeah.
So I mean, he probably would have been even more impressed if we had busted out like the Lux or the Zerath or something for Mello over there. But I like the Rise. I think it's gonna
Okay.
give them a lot. I like they have like a good team fighting composition, but I don't know if you want to play purely for the 5v5 at this draft. I think the side lane threat that you get from the Rise and just all of the
Okay.
options that you get with the Realm Warp are going to be really valuable for XSV in this game.
My
I like it.
my issue with the Rise ult is I don't think you can ever use it aggressively because you are gonna Rise ult on top of or Heimerdinger.
It's tricky, yeah.
Yeah. So
Um,
that's my major worry with it, but I agree. I mean, if he wins in the side lane, I don't know because Rise's range is like pretty short, right?
yeah, that's
Like
true.
I feel like if Rise is ever stepping up to one of your turrets, he's in range to get hit by like stun and chunk.
I mean, he is eventually going to get really tanky, though, is the Rise. Like, once he has, like, 3 items and he's, like, stacked up the Rod of Ages and everything, like, even when you eat the
Yeah.
full combo from the Heimerdinger, it probably doesn't kill you later on in the game.
Yeah, it's not gonna like ever. I don't think it's ever that thing where it's like gonna kill you, but it's gonna chunk you, and that's all Heimerdinger like does, right? Is he just stalls the game out basically? Because
Sure,
like
yeah.
Jinx is the best late game character in this game, right? Like easily.
Yeah, for
Would you
sure.
feel
Well,
like
Ziggs.
scaling?
Ziggs is definitely not bad.
Yeah, but I think Jinx is better. I would say.
Yeah, I mean, auto attacks generally more reliable than skill
Skill
shots, so in
shots.
that sense,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
it's interesting.
that's how I'm feeling about it.
You're liking the Conduit Sun side of things, huh, Storm? Am I hearing you correctly? Are you
Yeah,
predicting
I'm
Game 5, Mr. President?
I am predicting a game 5.
Clip it.
Uh,
Somebody clip it.
yeah, I think so. And the reasons I am is I think this Tom Kench pick is disgusting. It's so good again for them. Like I think it's so good into everything that XS is trying to do. As much as I really like Alistair, like as disengage, I don't think Alistair is ever able to find engage in any of these people ever. So I think the game is so hard for Avi to play today. Like right now, I don't think it's playable draft for Alistair for Avi. I don't think Discrepancy can play very well either. There's way too many things that can cancel him.
Yeah.
Like even just like Malzahar randomly tossing a Q when he I
Yeah,
don't know
that's
if
still a silence,
Protomorph
isn't it?
yeah, I don't know if Protomorph like has the experience of playing it, but like you know when the thing is coming through, if you throw the Q at the wall, it'll stop him. It just ejects you out.
Wow.
So
Yeah. I believe you could also probably interrupt the Realm Warp with that.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. But this is the game where I think BKP is going to put up like a ludicrous damage. I think BKP is going to do like 1,300 damage to champion in it this game, and I think they're going to lose. That's my prediction. That
wow,
he is
I
just gonna
love
like
the extra detail there.
that he is just gonna do like an absurd amount of damage, and it's gonna be like, oh my god, it's LeBron. He's got the team on his back, and his team is gonna let him down.
Wow, it works so well as well because the Ziggs, he's got the balls. They're kind of like
Yeah,
he's like taking shots.
yeah,
Oh my god,
yeah.
that's brilliant. It's brilliant. We'll see. Conduit Sun looking to potentially push us to a game number 5. XSV Gluttony, though, they got their red side. They got their R5 counter pick of the Rise into Capfill's Heimerdinger. Mellow Devil's trying to fight fire with fire up there in the top lane. We'll see how it goes, guys, right after the break. right, everybody, welcome back onto the good old Rift of Summoning for game number 4. Conduit able to bring us here just barely. They're able to claw their way into this game number 4. Now looking for a 5-man play onto Discrepancy, who does not suspect a thing. The Skarner flashes away to try to stay alive, but Domination on the Jinx secures the first blood for Demasia's number 3.
I cannot believe that BKP did not see those guys on Tug of War and did.
They were
Crazy.
very sneaky.
Yeah.
Sneaky.
Hey, but good on Conduit Sun again, adapting to the enemy team, right? We've seen Discrepancy sits in this 5-man spot, sits there every game, right? He did it last game, then they punished it. That Ornn play and stuff, they did it again this game.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Time
I
for
mean,
the-
again.
It's time for the XSV counter stack.
Friends forever.
Let's see if it's going to work out.
Uh,
Top side start for both junglers. Catphil even doing a little bit of leash in there on the blue buff for Clasper.
Yeah,
That's very friendly.
weird.
Yeah, I don't see that too often these days, but it is quite easy for Heimerdinger just to drop a turret and tank some of the aggro from the buff as well, which is pretty nice. Means Clasper's clear is going to be even a little bit healthier as well as a little bit faster.
Yeah, did Amumu start Q or something for that? Is that why he did it?
Oh, possibly. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
he has
for
Q,
level
I
1.
mean, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, anyway. So, how do these lanes go? I would assume that Ryze probably early on struggles to kill Heimerdinger turrets, but I'm assuming mid lane, this Ziggs is going to literally always push in to Protomorph, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Right. That is my expectation as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Catphil getting out some good harass up here nice and early. The big question for me, Storm, is, you know, Conduit Sun, again, their early lead in the previous game, it didn't really end up mattering that much, but I obviously, I do still think that that is the correct way to go about this. That is the way you need to be attacking XSV Gluttony is in this early game. But I feel like it's maybe going to be a little bit tougher for them to find those angles with this draft. So how can they find those early plays with much more of a scaling-oriented draft is the question for me.
Yeah, so the way to do it is you need to make sure that you're calling out and you're setting up things when you have time to do them, right? It's like Amumu has potent ganks when you set up tools, so it's like Bold Font needs to go in, 5 seconds before and successfully bait the enemy, right? And make sure that they have the key things available. I
So
think
Catfish needs to look tasty.
Yeah, you need to play smart and not over force your hand like you did in some of those.
Well, this
Discrepancy
Scuttle Crab
here.
looking pretty tasty. Discrepancy does manage to get it, but then gets canceled out of the Ishtal impact. And now Domination on the rotation over. Gets another kill. That's 2 now on the Jinx. Avi flashing away. Slowed up by the Zap. And Domination doesn't have quite enough juice in the tank to get that kill onto the Alistar as well. That is really nice for Conduit Sun, able to get 2 early kills onto their Jinx.
Yeah, and I think this is really funny because I don't know if you read any of my content, but Maddie talked about how much they think that Jinx is a crutch of an ADC champion. Plays itself, and they really hate on Jinx. So to see it get picked in this game 4 and watching it be off to a 2-0 start and everything, damn.
Amazing.
Okay,
Credit to you, Storm, for getting that extra context for us. Catphil has no mana, but he did have just enough to place that 1 turret, and that is going to be enough to chase the Skarner out of the river and secure this North Crab for
Oh, please
Clasper.
steal it. Oh, it stole
my
it.
God, he stole it. Oh, dear. Well, I mean, and Clasper was already so sad as well because he's playing a Mumu, so he was already crying, and now he's even more sad.
BKB about to die to a Tom
Oh my
Kench
God, he
randomly.
is. Well, he's going to get licked first, and then he might die afterwards, but Discrepancy is in the area. The Ziggs has to back up very far, gets out the bomb to get at least one of those caster minions, but Not gonna be able to get the rest of the wave. Ooh, that
okay,
zap.
the zap.
Very
Okay.
close. Yeah, I mean, Avi, I guess he probably was gonna be okay with the headbutt, worst case
Yep.
scenario.
Yeah.
But they have to be really careful about not giving this Jinx any more kills. 1 or 2 more kills for domination in this early game, and he will just take over.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing, is you now have a win condition, right? Oh,
Well, looking for
knockup
BKP.
here.
The knockup is there, but the Zig's very close to his turret. It's not really going to be under that much threat.
Yeah.
First Dragon is alive.
I don't think you can fight this at all. If you're the
That's the
side,
side of XSV.
yeah. But they're looking for it. They don't have Prio right now. I wouldn't be starting this.
I
Okay.
mean, BKP does have some resources right now. Avi is the lowest on this Alistar. Doesn't quite have the Unbreakable Will just yet. There's the double knockup. It comes through. The Zig ultimate does get out a good amount of return damage, but the Alistar will be the first to fall. And that is the feat of warfare for Conduit's Son. They will retake control over the bot side river. Discrepancy is completely pushed out. And this should be their dragon as well. BKP trying to look for the cheeky steal. But
Yeah,
that would be pushed back.
Has smite. So.
Oh, that Amumu was actually so low, almost just died to the minefield. Oh, man, I guess that's why BKP was sticking around, but
Yeah.
Clasper able to secure it in the end. Let's see,
Okay.
that was a pretty close fight. I mean,
Yeah.
a quick look at the golds. It is about an 800 gold lead in that 80 carry roll right now for domination. Couple hundred gold in the advantage in the mid lane here as well, thanks to Protomorph putting on that pressure onto BKP, and of course Bold Font helping out as well. You see the Catfish on the move once again, looking towards this top side. Avi's here already though. Gonna be able to get that control ward down in the pit. 30 seconds out on the grub spawn.
Yeah, and again, we've seen this rotation. We have Kaisa and Alice here first. They're more ready. I think they might be able to get a cheeky. Not quite.
Yeah, the minions honestly doing some work on this, but
Yeah.
now they're too far away to even get the plate golds, and so now it might just go into the ether, and I think it did indeed.
Yeah.
Just kind of dissipate there. So Scuttle Crab is going to be secured by XSV. They've got a little bit of
Clasper
control,
is
but
old.
Clasper, yeah, moving in on the side. It's going to be Bold Font going in, looking for the engage. That's Alistar combo only onto a Tom Kench. They almost burst him down, but he flashes up the wall. Gets pulled back by the Impale. The Curse of the Side want me to try to turn the play around, but the Tom Kench already going to be taken down. And now Clasper went so deep to try to save his support. And that's going to be a kill for Maddie.
Oh, the TP
XSV
from-
finding a play back. Domination now forced to flash. The Jinx that's so far ahead in this early game will be able to get back underneath the turret, but Protomorph not going to be so lucky. Mellow Devils. Oh no, the Jinx is the Void Seeker from Maddie. Gets the kill on the Domination as well. Absolute disaster for Conduit in the topside river.
Yeah. If we could, can we just get a quick float down towards this spot lane? Are we able to get anything on the side of Capville off of this? Just the one plate.
Not enough.
Man, what
All
an
three
incredible TP play from Mellow Devils there. Or did they realm warp? Did they walk there?
I'll be honest, I missed it. I didn't see
Yeah.
the angle that the Rise took to get in there.
Yeah, I think he walked there and realm warped in. Jesus. Okay, Bold Font, level 4. But no one's here for Abby.
Is
either.
trying to get back to the pasture,
Oh, God.
but he is not going to be
Good night,
allowed
sweet
to go
prince.
there. Domination picking up number 3. Slaughterhouse with the cow. And you called it. I mean, this is a tough game for the Alistar. There's not really any great engage targets necessarily. I mean, that time he was just a little bit out of position, to be honest. Clasper looking for the steal on the blue buff, and it's stolen away by Discrepancy. Gets the smite down. Now the blast gun puts the Skarner in a little bit of an awkward spot. Here comes BKP, though. A lot of damage onto the Jinx, and the headbutt pull. Bobby finds the AD carry, and Maddie was there for the follow-up. 3 now for the Kaisa, matching the 3 on the Jinx. And XSV have really managed to retake control of this early game. Dragon in a minute. That's going to be the big question. If Conduit's son can win a fight around the Dragon and get their second objective. Oh, that's going to be the ult turret coming out from Catphil. Mellow Devil's not quite strong enough to clear out these turrets quickly, but is doing a lot of damage to the Heimerdinger off the bounces, flashing forward. Catphil flashing away to stay alive. Mellow Devils. Here comes Glasper, though.
Here.
Yeah, he's looking for the play now onto the flashless rise. But Mellow Devils with the ward in the river. Spots out the Amumu, will back off in time. 40 seconds now on the Dragon. Currently about a 1,000 gold lead for the Gluttons. If they win this fight and get the Dragon, I think this game is going to be looking really good for them.
Yeah, that is, and there is a big spike, right? That is Yuntal completed for Maddie here for this Dragon fight. Skarner has his Tar Steel completed. Sure, whatever. BKP has their Luden's companion as well. So there's a lot going on.
And no item completions for the side of Conduit.
I think
the Jinx
should get something here. Yeah, there's Blackfire Torch done by Protomorph.
Okay, but the Dragon is alive now. Malzahar teleporting back to lane. Yeah, the Heimerdinger might be able to make the difference, as you point out as well. Rise on the move, though, has the Realm Warp. What's going to be the angle for Mellow Devils this time around? Discrepancy, a little bit of poke. There's the engage over the wall from Glasper. They're trying to burst down the jungler, but he flashes away. He's living for so long, and what's this? Domination is left to the Wolves of the top. Potential ultimate saves the Jinx, and now Protomorph going to take down Maddie, but there's nobody helping out with that one. Domination just about sidesteps the Ziggs ultimate.
And Mellow
Devils
so
right
big
in the middle of everybody. There's Boldfawn with the Abyssal Dive to rejoin with the rest of the team, but Conduit Sun are on the wrong side of the map right now. They're down a mid laner. There's the engage from Avi. The cow finds the angle, and the team is there for the cleanup. Maddie on a rampage. It's XSV Gluttony, 3-0, and the team fight. Catphil will barely teleport out to safety, but there is the team fight win for XSV.
Yeah, and that's really big, and it's just more and more gold getting funneled on key carries. Maddie's able to get something, and it's just Domination getting left behind again. That Boldfont, W'd over a wall to get in for that play, and Clasper went really far forward and stuff. That you guys are the ones that need to be peeling back and for your Jinx. The enemy team's going to be the one engaging in. Just let them come in. That's how it's got to be going. They're just not playing that way. They're playing like last game. They're the ones that have to play, and they feel like they're on a clock still.
I mean, I kind of understand the thought process. Like, if they did actually manage to kill Discrepancy there, then that's no jungler for the objective contest, right?
I guess.
I mean, that's what they were looking for, but it's Skarner. Like, it's so hard to just burst him down like that. Like, as we were highlighting as well right before the fight started, it was like, the items aren't really there. I mean, yeah, Protomorph, okay, we got to play in the top side. LO Clasper looking to reinforce Catphil, as Mellow Devil's already getting a little bit tanky on this rise. The phase rush. He's zooming. He is out of there. Devils just walks it off. And now Discrepancy is here to, at the very least, catch the minion wave. I'm not sure about this angle, Discrepancy. Catphil going to be able to sidestep. There's the Impale, though, onto the Heimerdinger. But then Mellow Devils just walk back. Oh, okay. So that is going to be the kill picked up by Gluttony. A lot committed for that, though. There's a BKP on the roam as well, committing the ultimate for that play. Does mean that Protomorph gets some quality time with that mid-tier 1 turret, but overall, I think the Glutton's going to be happy with that trade.
Yeah, I mean, again, just really big. Do want to point out that Protomorph isn't farming as well as they did against. They're not quite at that. Yes, a minute. Thank you, Caddy, for pulling up kind of numbers. The advantage pretty much everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Every lane's ahead so
Oh,
far.
even in the bot lane,
Yeah.
after Domination got those 2 early kills, they just weren't able to keep it going. Maddie and Avi have been really crisp, looking for these angles in the fights.
Okay. That's Herald
By
going
Shelly.
down.
Yeah, going to be taken by XSV. That is their 3rd neutral objective. That's the feat of monster slaying. Does that actually secure them the feat of strength? Not quite yet. I guess we're still
Not
waiting
yet.
for a turret to go down.
Yep. And it's so low top lane,
Alright.
right? You gotta think it's gonna go down.
True. Yeah, Capville going to be able to keep clearing out these waves for now.
You can just
Discrepancy in
drop
the
Herald
area.
and take
Wave is
it.
already gone. Oh, you're absolutely right, Storm. No minion wave needed for this one. Now Capville could even be in trouble as well. There's the point blank stun into the wall from Discrepancy. Doesn't quite have the Impale available just yet, but Mellow Devils with the Realm Warp cuts off the escape path. Capville even flashing, desperate to try to live. And they are actually just going to let the Heimerdinger escape. The rocket from Domination gets the kill onto
Oh
the
my God.
Skarner. It's going to be traded back, though, as the Heimerdinger does eventually go down, and Devils flashes away from the Amumu, gets himself out to safety, a 1-for-1 in the top side in the aftermath of that turret being taken. It looks like the teams will disengage for now.
Okay, everybody calm down. Just need to take stock. Where are we at? What's happening? Is there gonna be random play? No. Okay. So BKP teleports back mid. Everybody's kind of chugging along side of XSV. Their key carries are fed. They're starting to get tankier. MR is starting to get already from this Skarner. You know, pretty much only has 1 armor threat to deal with on the team. Being Jinx, the person they're trying to see. So are stacking. This Abyssal Mask again with magic buy. And we're just gonna have to see if they're able to get anything done. They're a big play. Are we gonna get an LO Clasper, huge ultimate Capfill layering CC? There is always combos available, so we'll have to wait and see. I'm just
Just need to
really
see
concerned.
Conduit Sun play it out a
Yeah.
little bit more patiently, right? They need to play front to back. They can't be diving that aggressively. You need to play for Jinx. See if they can do it. That's going to be a catch on to Capville. The Impale used by Discrepancy, but the Tom Kench ultimate to counteract it. So a pretty decent trade there for Conduit, and they're looking to move in now through the southern part of the river for the contest on this 3rd dragon. It's going to be the first Infernal Dragon, Infernal Soul for us in this game number 4. Definitely a big one to fight over. Protomorph on the off angle. Has a spell shield. Mellow Devils, though, going to prevent him from walking over. There's the Rune Prison, and there is the burst. And there's the one-shot coming out onto the enemy mid-laner. XSV now in the 5v4. Capville trying to find a creative angle. There's the Infernal Bomb just to clear out that wave in the bot side. Domination still going to be able to take that bot tier 1 turret, but they're not going to look for the contest on the Dragon. So XSV Gluttony up to 2 dragons. They get that kill onto the Mouse Heart, traded for a tier 1 in the bot lane, but now they're looking to potentially grab this tier 1 in mid as well. If they get that, definitely a pretty favorable trade, but what's this? Conduit looking for a play on the bot side. BKP flashing to try to survive, but the Ziggs is all out of mobility, and the Micro Rocks from the Heimerdinger do take him down. Mellow Devils, the Realm Warp interrupted. The Rise cannot get away either. That's going to be a shutdown. Does go over to Clasper on the Amumu, and the mid-tier 2 now under fire by the Gluttons. They want more. They're greedy, or gluttonous, I guess I should say, as greed was eliminated earlier on from the tournament. As Boltpont going in with the Abyssal Dive. Javi with the headbutt to yeet the catfish away. Teleport coming in now. This is the Heimerdinger running up from the South River. Discrepancy and the Alistar able to move back towards the rocket. Comes through and the kill goes over to Capville. Avi taken down as well by Protomorph. Conduit Sun now on the offensive, looking for their own mid-tier 1. Maddie forced to back away. Inferno Bomb not going to be enough to keep this structure standing, and we have a nice close contest on our hands here in Game 4, Storm.
Yeah, it's what we want to be seeing. Lots and lots of kills. 21 kills in 20 minutes. New guy out here on the map. Wonder
Here he is.
see his death really early. Like we have kind of all series been one team just kind of snowballing and taking him. Wonder if we'll get a team fight around him. It does reduce all that armor by so much, which shouldn't matter as much this game, with magic damage kind of being the name of the game. But
we did have that one really crazy new guy fight. Was that game 1 or 2 where like Shelly almost got like the triple kill?
yeah, that was game 1. Yeah. The Gwen jungle almost with the triple kill, riding around with Shelly. Yeah. Oh,
I don't know if it's gonna be tough to top that one. As
Yeah.
Capto finding a little bit of a stun there, but only onto a tank.
I was more worried that he was very close to a Skarner and an Alistair.
Yeah, fair enough. I can see why you'd be a little bit concerned, as now he is once again very close to the Skarner, but sidesteps on the Impale. Doesn't matter, actually, because BKP has the damage. Just kind of blow up that Heimerdinger. No Impale necessary. Another grasp in the top lane. As that is flashing forward, is Protomorph looking for Devils. The Space Aids are going to be enough, and that's Protomorph with a solo kill in the side lane. Now Matty looking for one of his own on a Domination, and Kaisa in the 1v1 is just not beatable. Domination gets taken down. 5-0 now for Matty in this game. New guy now, Ben, started up. Clasper in the area, could go for a steal, but Avi playing bouncer. That's going to be the engage with the top catch, but they can't get the objective. And now I think Bold Fun has just dove himself and Clasper into their own demise. It's going to be new guy +2 for Gluttony.
Yeah, and a bot lane turret, I think, as well for Matty. That's a big swing. But is he going to die randomly to Heimerdinger for staying for this wave? Nope.
Is the
He's on
is it
one,
super
not
drive
really.
or overdrive?
Overdrive? I couldn't tell you.
It is supercharge. I was wrong
Supercharge.
twice.
Oh.
Yeah. Good to know. But we do have now about a 3,000 gold lead for XSV. And that's the 2 items done for BKP. That is a very cool hat for a very tiny Yordle.
And
Does very big damage.
And a 2,000 gold back here for Kaisa as well. Gonna get some
Oh boy.
big spikes.
That's going to be 2 items, yeah, for sure.
There's
There
Infinity
it is. Of course, Domination does also have the completed Infinity Edge. Oh dear, it's a Zeal item. Oh, Storm, is it going to be okay?
Does he have his E-Evolve? Is that why we built a Zeal item?
Probably.
I'm pretty sure that's why we've done this as Kaisa. Otherwise, I can't forgive you.
But if it's for the E upgrade, then it's okay? Okay.
Yeah, if it's your champion requires this, I'm fine with you building it.
All right. Well, I mean, Matty has been having a pretty amazing game so far. So
Yeah.
I think we're going to trust him on this one.
Oh, these are
Teleport
TPs
coming in right now for Protomorph. Oh, yeah, it's a
And-
deep TP angle for Mellow Devils. Look at that angle for the Rise.
Yeah,
Protomorph
Protomorph's
is
split
just going to
off.
base check the Tri-Brush. Oh, dear, yeah, the Malzahar really has nowhere to go, does he?
look at the
Capfill,
burst.
though.
Oh,
Oh, the reposition for Matty. Dodges to the other side of the Heimerdinger ultimate. Takes down Capfill. Protomorph did fall as well. This is Infernal Soul Point for XSV Gluttony. Clasper.
Yeah, just pull the dragon out of the
Vision in the
pit.
pit.
Okay, nice job, guys. Let's go.
Right. The Gluttons are inching closer and closer to the title.
Yeah. And they're doing it off the solid. They're back of, really solid team play. There's not a lot of really fanciness going on. There's these huge, crazy outplays.
Clasper over the wall finds 2 with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. No fall here just yet, but Clasper does not need it. Zeroes out BKP. Avi now with a re-engage. Mumu is going down pretty low. Clasper dies to that last Q from the Rise. Now is a Devil's going to be all right. The Zap does get the slow, but these beefy boys just doing a great job of standing in front of Devils right now, preventing Conduit from keeping up the chase. Now the Realm Warp is there, gets everybody out to safety. Beautifully done by Gluttony.
Yeah, and even getting out before that Jinx ult was able to connect onto them as well. Just a really superb play. I'm really liking what we're seeing. Really wondering how, as Conduit Son, you get back into this, right? Is it you just stack Malzahar with Jinx and you're able to get that kill by just layering the damage really quickly onto someone, or
I mean,
I don't know if
honestly,
the team fights are working. The lack of the
they're
front
not
line.
working, but
Yeah,
I mean, no, they have front line. They have Amumu and Tom Kench. It's just like the positioning, I think, has been the issue. They're just not fighting front to back. I think if
Yeah.
they actually properly set up the battle lines for one of these 5v5s, they could win the 5v5. But it's just XSV have been the better team fighters. You know,
yeah, they just the warding, right? They always know where
Oh,
people
God.
are. Oh, Domination
Oh
doesn't know.
God, he's just dead. An incredible angle there from Discrepancy. There is nobody protecting that Jinx. She's so far up in the mid lane with no turret. Just
Yeah.
dies to the Skarner. And now that's just going to be Baron just like that. And I'm starting to think, Storm, that Conduit Sun are not going to get that honest 5v5. In goes Discrepancy once again, charges Bullfont into the
my
wall,
God.
immediately dies to the Kaisa. Just exploded that Tom Kench. That's the kind of fishing you can do, right? With like dynamite. Don't people do that?
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing they do in the south. I don't
Yeah,
think you
that's
do it for
kinda what that
catfish,
was.
though, but because they
Well-
live in swamps.
Maddie disagrees.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
Glasper
that was,
looking to go for the steal. It's desperation hours for Conduit Sun.
They
The
stopped
Amumu's
the
not going to
Baron.
get him the hit, but they do indeed stop the Baron. And Rocket as
Oh.
well. Domination there. The snipes the cow. As apparently we can also hunt cows with dynamite.
You can hunt them with RPGs. That is something
yeah.
you can do in Thailand. You can buy an RPG and blow up a cow.
All right. Domination live a trip to Thailand at the moment, apparently. You know, we talk about going to Brazil a lot, but the trip to Thailand is a new one. As Discrepancy, looking for the angle. Mellow Devils on the Realm Warp. Dominate. Oh, the satchel from BKP. Oh, it's like a work of art. And Conduit, they did not enjoy that particular piece. They are not a fan.
Yeah.
That is going to be the inhibitor going down for Gluttony. No Baron necessary. Here comes Glasper, though. They're fighting, though, without the
look at
Jinx. This is
Maddie.
dangerous. The Nethergrass comes out. Look at Maddie just taking all the heads, flashing in there. Looking for the last one. Catfill Blast Cones to get away from the Impale, but the Killer Instinct. You can run, but you cannot hide. Maddie takes down the last member of Conduit. They say gluttony is a sin, but what is a sin to 5 non-believers? These are your gods now. The Nexus turrets fall. XSV Gluttony will leave and nothing behind. Everything will be theirs. Domination trying for one last stand at the Nexus, but it will not happen. XSV are your Blue Otter Season 13 champions.
Yeah, congratulations to XSV Gluttony. After winning Aegis Executioners League, AEL last season, the Emerald Division, they come in here with pretty much the same squad. Pretty sure just one member different. And again, proving that this is a team that you should be super afraid of. They played incredible that entire series. From the game that looked lost in Game 3 to almost bringing it back, dominations in Game 1 and 2. And this game, again, just clean, inevitable demise. There wasn't a point in this game where I looked at it and went, man, it's really clean for the side of Conduit Sun. They've got this game. It was just me going, wow, XSV's at the right place at the right time.
About that, like 5 minutes into the game. Even then, you didn't. No,
I didn't really
feelings
think
around it?
so.
Yeah, fair
Even
enough.
at that big, even that big 1,800 gold lead at 8 minutes in, it was still going. I don't know. I don't think this is enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's obviously reductive to just say that the draft wasn't it. I mean, you even liked their draft.
I thought it was pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Catfill, we know is amazing on this Heimerdinger. Did do the most damage in the game, as we can see here. But, ultimately, I do feel like Conduit, they weren't really playing to their strengths with this draft. I think they needed to look for more crazy comps like what they had in Game 3, where they're just going, like, balls to the walls in the early game and just, like, creating chaos on the Rift. It felt like with this draft, they kind of looked towards the team fights once again, and XSV just outplayed them.
Yeah, just a clean series win. Got to discuss player of the series, not just player of the game, heading into this one. Do you have a player of the game
Sure.
first off for this one?
Ooh, well, I think it does have to be Maddie on the
Yeah,
Kaisa. The killer instinct was true to its name in this one. Found all the angles that the team needed and finished 12-0-5.
yeah.
I would
I
have to
mean,
give it to the Kaisa.
I'm really tempted to agree with you. I think Skarner also that game, the jungler,
Yeah, for sure.
discrepancy, also played really well. Had like bunch of big moments, but yeah, there was just so many times that Maddie got like those huge Q damage off, and it actually like killed people. That this is the first time I think we've seen on stream this Kaisa build of like the full damage of like the Q evolve to one shot someone, like actually doing that. Most of the time we'd
Yeah.
see like this happen to a tank, and I'd be like, wow, this build sucks. Why are people playing this? And now I can understand why. If you do this to squishy people, you just annihilate them with like a QW combo at like 100-0 people.
Yeah. And Maddie was
So
just finding the angles so consistently.
yeah,
Just finding the isolated targets. And that's the power you have with the Kaisa, especially with this build, like you were just talking about. As soon as you're out of position against this champion, she gets that plasma proc on you, it is just lights out. And Maddie decided it was lights out for Conduit's son here in game number 4. He did not want any part of a game 5. With Conduit's son getting all their cheesy
yeah,
picks, because you know if it went to game 5, Capville was gonna pull out the Ivern, we were gonna get that Urgot in the jungle, and at that
yeah.
point, all bets are off. So Maddie, it definitely felt like him in particular, he really just like locked in for this 4th game and just kind of he put an end to things.
Yeah. Player of the Series award. Do you have someone in mind?
Well, let's think here. Who got the other POGs? It was BKP for the
Yeah,
Vladimir in game 2, and then we gave it to who did we give it to?
Well,
in
we gave it to
game
everybody in
1?
game 2. We gave it to
Oh, we kind of
BKP,
did, didn't we? Yeah.
and we also gave it to their support and to their top laner, I think, as well. Was it, or was it jungle? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
because Devils had that insane
Same.
game on the Poppy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who was? Do you remember game 1?
Game 1, I'm pretty sure it was the Tristana, right? It was Maddie because he didn't die.
Yes, yes. So with that in mind, I am looking towards Maddie for the player of the series as well. Got 2 of the POGs, and
Yeah.
even in the game where we didn't, I mean, we kind of voted for everybody in that second game. That was Maddie on the Varus, of course, the lethality Varus, where he was also doing a bunch of damage. That was the game where it was like impossible for Varus to play, right? Where it was like
Yeah.
Zac and the Theory jumping on your face constantly, and
he was trying to contribute. I'm pretty sure his karma out damage that game, but
yeah. What do
um,
you think? Are
yeah,
you looking
I
in the
think
same
Maddie for
direction?
player of the series is for sure. Because I mean, game 3,
Yeah,
that comeback was Maddie basically, right? It was the
so
Twitch
true.
doing the submarine things and going like there was Nightcore pumping in there. There was some definite big music playing, and there was like the Rad IRL
Yes.
playlist going on and some spinning happening. Like there was some really clean play out of Maddie this entire run. So I think they deserve
Yeah,
player of the series. I'd be happy to give it to them.
I agree. I think it has to be Maddie. I assume we're going to be getting some interviews happening as well, hopefully with the full team.
Yeah.
Let me see here what the situation is. No updates right now. Maybe I just like quickly message
Yeah. We'll message Maddie.
Shane.
Yeah, Shane, sure. Try and get Shane in here and see how many of these guys want to come join us.
All right, see what he says. This was definitely an exciting series. You know, we didn't get the full 5 gamer this time, But
Yeah.
overall, I'm quite happy. Conduit Sun, they really struggled in the first two games, so it was looking pretty doomed. Like it was just going to be like the quick 3-0, and then that's just it for the finals. But they were able to battle back in game 3, and they fought pretty hard here in game number 4 as well. So the Conduit Sun, they were definitely coming in tonight as pretty heavy underdogs. I think you'd be hard pressed to find anybody who would say anything different. And I think they did give us a good show tonight at the very least. So I want to give credit to Conduit Sun, even for
Yep.
making it this far, right, to the finals. I mean, what a
We have a
run.
couple people coming in, I think.
Okay, yeah, let's get some people join us here in the chat. We've got
Hello.
Shane. Welcome back, Shane, after your appearance on the podcast earlier on, and then Elusive.
I'm Maddie.
Yeah.
Excellent, Elusive, Maddie.
Melo's up in the later.
I'm grabbing him right
All right,
now.
and
Oh, are we full in the? Oh,
Nope, we
perfect.
can drag him in. Perfect.
Yeah, Maddie, we were just well, let's save it for the interview. Should we actually go to a quick break while we wait for everybody to come? Is everybody coming, guys? Is the whole team coming or?
No, it's just us.
Okay, cool. All right, we'll just get straight into the interview then. But we've got Maddie, we got Mello, and we got Oregoner Shane here. Mello, I actually want to come to you first. Capville, I think it's safe to say, is a relatively unorthodox player. He has a lot of different picks that he likes to pull out, and obviously you guys were well aware of that going into this series. So, Mello, anything you can tell me about your preparation in anticipation of going against Capville tonight, or anything in more general you want to share about expectations going into this matchup against Conduit Sun?
Yeah, I think he's a good player, and he definitely does do like the odd stuff. But I actually like main mid lane, so when I saw his champ pool, all his champs that he plays, I know I have answers into all of them. So like if he was picking Heimer, I was gonna pick Ryze or someone else. If he picked Cassio, I was gonna play like Zoe or Akali, and then
Oh,
I also play Ivern, even though no one knew that. But I play
interesting.
Ivern mid, so I could also play it top.
Well, why'd
Huh.
you guys ban it? Oh, I guess the one game where Conduit got red side is they banned it on red side. So maybe they did know that you were potentially looking to take it away from them. That was actually our thought that we had here or my thought at least, that I kind of was pondering. That is really interesting. Sounds like you weren't too worried about going up against him.
Yeah, no, it was not. But he's a good player, so it's not like BM. But
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And heading down to you, BKP. Or sorry, Maddie.
Maddie here.
Yeah, Maddie. My bad. Did you? So we named you player of the series, I think.
We
Thank
did.
you.
Yeah, I think you had a really fantastic series overall. Did you feel in that series that you were like in control of the games? That you had like a lot of uptime, or was it just your team was really able to provide you with those opportunities? Or
I mean, without Flame, I'm against a double plat bot lane, despite how they play against anybody else. I mean, if I'm not having either the most impact or the second highest impact, especially when we're banning BK's champs and then permanently sitting mid, I think I would just stop playing the game at that point in comp.
okay, so just a little bit of flame, right?
Just a little friendly Flame.
Yeah.
Tasteful amount of flame. Just,
Yeah,
lightly grilling him a little bit there.
I think Domination or Manveer is a very underrated player, and he should definitely just continue to focus on himself and playing the game because he belongs in Emerald in these leagues.
Yep.
Nice touch on the end there. So coming over to you, Mr. Shane there. So most of our conversation before the series during Otter Talk was, you're talking a little trash, we were having some fun with it. But what now that the series is over, maybe you could tell us in a little bit more detail. What do you feel like were the most important things to consider going up against this opponent in Conduit Sun? What do you really feel like were the keys to victory for your team in this match?
So I mean, I just want to first say I was right in every aspect. Captain Phil needs to, just listen to me next time. So we knew that they like to play their draft where they would kind of like almost bait the early parts of the draft for like the Urgot, and the other team would think that it's a top laner, and then they would switch it to jungle. So I think a lot of teams, when they would draft against them, would be very like reactive in what they do. So we kind of just focused on what got us to finals, which was the team fighting and the macro play, and we didn't really try to get like down and dirty like they do when it comes to drafting, and play like the more reckless style, because they're very good at it, and we got a lot of success out of it. And I think that the experience we had mid and bot, because they like to play around top jungle, was just overwhelming for them. So, and then my boy Matty just decided that it was just over.
Pretty much. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, I remember you saying on the podcast earlier as well, both you and the members of Conduit Sun that we had on were saying that the series was probably going to be decided in team fights. And you guys were definitely the better team fighters tonight. No doubt about it.
Yeah, we've been better team fighters most of the season against everybody. I mean, that's just been what's made the team successful. A lot of people put a lot of focus on BK, which we kind of knew, but we had a really good team around him, and BK's overrated, so it works out.
That's why we didn't bother inviting him in for the interview,
Yeah.
right? It wasn't about BKP. Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough.
so everything works out.
Storm?
Yeah, I was gonna kind of ask. So you guys did really well on Aegis and stuff. Are you guys, as an org, do you think there's a reason that you're doing so well, or is it just you have a good crew of kind of players?
Is that for me or?
Yeah, kind of as the org owner, is it like something you really focus on, like coaching, or is it just that you've recruited well?
I think a little bit of everything. I think the biggest thing that's really made XSV, because we're kind of like new, be successful is the community. I mean, every team we got is helping every team. We got people always trying to help and coach, and if one team is struggling, another team that's better at it will come in and help. I think the community itself, a lot of the teams and a lot of the staff, a lot of the owners, a lot of the coaches and managers are all friends too. So we have a very friendly environment where it comes to playing on top of being competitive. And so if we kind of put the competitiveness second over having a good time because it's a video game.
Right.
Um people enjoy playing more, and when people enjoy playing more, they play better.
Nice.
Except when you're BKP.
Yeah, like to add on to that, like our team specifically, like we all we just all get along. Like it almost is like we've known each other for like 20 years. Like all of us get along very well, and even if one of us, which usually it's me, but one of us is running it down, like
Mm.
we don't tilt or anything. We all like we're all okay with it. We all just laugh about it. We make fun of each other, and then we move on, and it just clicks together, and we're all on the same page usually.
Nice.
Sense. I kind of have a question for all you guys. And it's kind of a two-parter. And it's pretty simple though. First part of the question, what was one of your favorite memories from this season of Blue Water? And then second part of the question, which could honestly be like the same answer, depending on how you guys feel, but what do you think was your most difficult opponent or the opponent you had the most fun playing against?
Maddie,
Let me start
you
with
wanna
you,
go first?
Maddie.
Going
Yeah.
first? Okay, I didn't hear the first part of the question, but for the second part of the question, I'm sorry.
Favorite
Um,
part of the season.
Yeah, so the best, like the most fun I had playing against any team was probably TTM, and it's for the wrong reasons, and I will leave it just at that. And then the
Can't do
first
much
part of
of
the
answering
question,
that, man.
uh, I think my favorite part of the season, honestly, is just the whole fucking season. Sorry. Um,
You get one.
I have so much fun playing with BK and playing with Avi and Disc. I played with this before. I have a lot of fun playing with Mello. So it's just the whole season playing together,
Thanks, bro.
cracking brewskis, and having a good time.
Nice.
Very nice. It's all about the vibes, right? If you're having
Absolutely.
fun, everything else kind of follows pretty naturally from that. I definitely feel you on that one. Mello, what was your favorite part of the season? You have a favorite opponent that you played against, or?
Yeah, I don't remember the team, but whatever team Taunty's on, he came after me a little bit.
That was
He
TTM.
was
It's
friendly.
Yeah.
TTM.
friendly banter a little bit, but it looked a little toxic. But I liked putting him in his place after I found out
Oh, I'm
exactly how
sure.
he plays.
I'm sure. Wow, that must have been a fun match for you guys. Taking on TTM 3-0, I guess that was in the was that the semifinal or was it the quarterfinal?
Quarter, yeah.
Quarterfinal.
Yeah, we had our
Yeah.
whole group in the first 4 games, first 2
Yeah,
matches.
that's right.
Yeah.
Kind of wild how that worked out.
Well,
Shane,
can
do you
I?
have a favorite part of the? Oh yes, please.
Sorry. I just want to add on for the TTM series before Shane goes. Please don't go back and watch what happened bot lane. BKP is a troll and stole my Krugs and then TP to the wave. Find that guy. Please find that guy.
I mean, just more evidence, I guess, that he's not really that good. I mean, just trolling you
Yeah.
like that. That's
God,
man.
fuck.
Shane, what's your favorite part of the season?
Bob
Then?
doing that was so funny when I first saw that. All right. I think my favorite part of the season was beating Syndicate. I think the semifinal. I think the fact that BK beat up on Zed in the finals for AEL, and then Zed came back and was like, it was a fluke, and Zed's not my dad, BK's not my dad, BK's my uncle, and then just destroying him twice was just so funny. And then, even though Zed's a good dude, but BK's your dad. And like I said, I think the entire season, I think the camaraderie of the team, and even like the past editions with Peter and the future editions with Silent Hearts and Esco and um
Jake.
it's and Jake. Yeah, I always forget about Jake. That guy feeds. It's just always a good time. So it's nice like when they drop games. There's not a lot of drama. It's just one big joke, but in a good way. So
Totally. A joke that everybody's in on.
yeah,
I can get behind that.
signing
And
Maddie
Shane
to
as
super
well.
max.
I just wanted to get a quick thought from you, and I'll give it back to Storm and see if he has one more question for you all. But I wanted to get your quick thoughts as well, Shane. I talked to you a little bit before the match tonight about how this is relatively new org, and you guys have found a good amount of success already. You're Chip and Aegis, now Chip here in Blue Otter. How does the success you've been able to find so far with XSV, line up with your expectations that you had when you originally started this project? And do you have like any long-term goals that you're kind of working towards, or are you just kind of taking things as they come?
We just take things as they come. It was more like I take a lot of the experience. A lot of the staff has a lot of experience being players. So we've seen what, playing for a bad org looks like, playing for a good org looks like, So you kind of learn from playing for crap orgs and what good orgs did, and me and the people around me that I couldn't have done it without players and staff. Everybody's amazing. And we're kind of just riding the high right now, and then we'll see. It's people always come with new projects and stuff like that, so we might expand, we might not. We'll see.
Yeah. That kind of ties into my question. I wanted to know, are you guys playing in other leagues moving forward that you know of, like immediately? Like I know Aegis, I think, is starting up again relatively quickly.
Yeah, we're in Titan and Aegis right now, and
Don't
then
really want to make me a team for ages. Great owner.
yeah, Maddie's been begging me to make him a team for Aegis. Um, yeah,
What
it's
about
just
you,
like I said,
Mello?
we
Are
kind of
you
take
on
things as
any
they come.
Mello, are you on any of these rosters going forward for like the immediate future? Are we gonna see you soon?
Not at the moment. I'm taking a split off to work on my other 2 roles because I'm trying to get out of top lane personally. Because I don't like this role.
That's fair.
But I'm currently, I told one team that I would sub for them. I think it's like TTG or TMG. But I'm just gonna be like a sub for them for a little
Ew,
bit.
Cone? Ew, I didn't know that.
Good old con.
But yep, I'm just a sub for them. I think they're gonna do Ages. I don't remember the exact league that we're doing, but that's my only plan for now.
Sounds like you guys all got some stuff coming up. That'll be good to see you all still around the scene. See if you can keep the momentum going. Do you have anything else, Storm? Anything else you wanted to ask these guys?
No, I think I'm good. I just wanted to congratulate you guys again on your win. Fantastic season from you. And I think it really kind of showcased all of your strengths. You got to everyone this game and basically your whole series has kind of shown what makes you guys really great. So it's been fantastic to see it.
You know what, Storm? Thank you to you too, because we fact checked you after you said you've been following Gluttony since the beginning. We fact checked it. I'm not gonna lie. We said,
Oh,
did
yeah?
this guy actually support us since week 1? And you did. You were a real one.
Thank you.
Wow, wholesome.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
It's time for shout outs. So, Shane, if you had any other shout outs besides my lovely co-caster here, feel free.
Just everybody, staff, everybody at XSV. Not Conduit, just XSV.
Right.
You're all amazing,
Right, of course.
except for BKP. That guy needs like a negative shout out.
Yeah, it makes
Unlucky.
sense.
He's so hard to play with, or it's unreal. What a demon.
Maddie, any shout outs? You want to give the anti shout out there to your mid laner as well? Or
No. I mean, my shout outs are Scootin and Andy Chef. They helped us the whole season with everything. They were fantastic coaches. Scootin is my goat. And then I'll shout out my friends Slave, Yuki, and Kaxi. They're 3 of the best people that brought me back into comp. And if you don't win a chip with BKP as your mid laner, I mean, retire, honestly.
getting a little bit more gentle flame there at the end. Very nice. Devils, last but not least, of course, any shout outs from you, sir?
I mean, my main shout out is to Shane because I was gonna be teamless a while ago, and then he asked me like, would I be willing to play top? I said yeah, and he trusted me even though I said I'm not the best at it though. And he helped me get a little bit better, kept helping me progress, had trust in me, believed in me, and got 2 championships with him. So
Yeah,
shout outs
seriously.
to him.
Yeah, I mean, I never would have guessed that you weren't always a top laner. I'm watching you play tonight. The Poppy game, this Rise game as well. You were absolutely doing a whole lot of work, man. So credit to you. And of course, we also understand as well wanting to escape from the top lane. Storm knows all about that as well.
Yep.
But thank you guys very much for joining us for this winner's interview. Congratulations again on the win. And we're looking forward to seeing what you do in the future as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Storm, my man, that is going to do it for this season of Blue Otter. What was your favorite part, Storm?
It's got to be the semifinal Mint Conduit series. That was as much as it was fun watching you guys kind of take Conduit out and show them who's boss. That series was pretty much cinema from start to finish.
Absolutely.
There was so many huge highs. And thanks to everyone for actually supporting content this year. I had a couple of people who weren't the greatest about it, but for the most part, everyone was receptive, filled out the forms, and just helped make the content feel worth doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, we appreciate all of you guys engaging with us, even if it is just to nag us in the Twitch chat. We appreciate that as well. Especially the haters, like our guests here pointed out. We appreciate you guys extra much. So thank you to everybody watching. Storm, do you have any other final thoughts, any other closing remarks that you wanted to get out there?
No, I'm all good. Thank you so much for watching, everyone, and I'll leave it to Crewman to take us out.
My pleasure. Guys, don't forget, tomorrow night, we do have the Plat League Finals. Your boy Chong Somo, of course, going to be on the call for that one. Be sure you tune in. But from us here, from myself, Storm, Caddy, the entire team at Blue Water, we want to thank you all again very, very much for watching. Wouldn't be the same without you. You all are why we do it. So thank you very much. That's going to be all for us for this season. We'll see you next season. Have a great night.